I still like the Dow instead, just because I can lean on a major level and take that lower. But you know, um, who knows? We didn't really get a proper test the last couple of days of this, so the Russell numbers have just been battered, to be honest with you, right? For the last couple of weeks, their numbers just been rotating the shit out of this major level and up, down, left, right. So I'm not expecting it to hold. To me, NQ is probably the worst trade today, just because it's in the middle of nowhere. All right, so if you're bullish in ES, you want us to open up test 105 and then bounce it and not get anywhere near it. I'll have an additional line in the sand once we open. All right, so there goes our higher in the Dow, which is good because I wanted to see that higher. I just want an additional top tick as well. Yeah, I get it. I was just calling it out just in case you missed it. Yep, of course. Hey, you have Beastly, you have a lot of other stuff you gotta look at. Sorry, guys. Talking to Judd. He was just saying thanks for calling out that level in the Dow because he missed it. We haven't really sat in the Dow enough for me to want to take it right now. But everything else looks great as far as taking it. We just haven't really sat down and compressed a little bit more. Right. That's fairly the bottom of the gold, right? So, yeah. If we get some type of good price action, this might be a good take to about, at the very least, 37.2. Yeah, 37.2 or so, give or take a couple. So if we can get that, I think that's going to be a good take. There goes your green light, red light, guys. So this, as it's setting up right now, would not be a bad long ES or long gold, short, the rest. If that's the way you want to look at. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, well, it's a little bit late. Sorry. I'm looking for a short right now. Um, I kind of want this to get up a little bit higher. Um, it kind of sort of did, but I really want this to get up to like 33, 40 in the Dow, 40, 31. I prefer that. So 40, 31, if I can get that. I don't really want to chase too much of this. All right, there it goes. Gold, just went ahead and put that in. So let's go flip over to gold, see how that's doing. Do we get any kind of, nope, we have not yet. Not interested in it just yet. Right, so um, we'll close this off. Done with this trade. If you guys want to see this, this is the multi-day trade in natural gas. If you want to see it, let me know. I'll send a screenshot. Um, where's gold? Gold's right here. Chart. All right, so I like this gold low. All right, let me just watch this a little bit. 1 second, guys. I like the short in the Dow right now, but I need to wait and time this correctly. So there it is. That's the 31 that I was talking about. But let's see, does it stall? Does it break? Was that liquidity grab to the downside? What was it? Was it a test? No fucking clue. So let's just wait and just watch this. Okay, a lot of sweep to the upside. Bought, it came right back down. Does it continue? Does it tempt again? I don't know. Okay, it's trying. Come in, let's just test this. Risk mitigation at 417 in the Dow. Stops above the high. Actually, I'll do it 416. Just let me see, 416. Yep, 416 as the risk mitigation. Look at the, all right, starting to love this a little bit more. The gold, that is. So let's look at what the gold's going to do. I wanted to backfill a little bit more. It was a great backfill already, to be honest. Let me know if I'm talking too much, guys. I don't want to, disrupt or anything. Um, or I'm talking to myself. Yeah, sorry, I was actually on the wrong goddamn chat. I didn't even see that you guys said something. Yeah, JJ, I'll show NG. Um, hmm. This was on the mini, not the full contract. Um, just an FYI. So I'll just show you guys like the price action of it. Um, this is Pacific Standard Time, and I'll just do this. Stupid, the thing always says it's incorrect, but here, I think it's Windows Shift S. There it is. Natural gas. And then if you want to know like where or why I took things off, we can definitely talk about stuff like that. Um, oh, so I mitigated risks in the Dow already, and my target is going to be right here. My target's going to be at 270, 33,270. Right there. So right here. That's my target. I'm not loving the gold trade just yet. I'm waiting for it to set up, and until it sets up, I'm not going to take it. Um, so. Now that I'm protected in, the Dow, there's a couple hiccups that could happen. 381 is possibly an area that might cause an hiccup, and then after that, truthfully, it's maybe that wick once NFP came out, but I think that it needs to test, a little bit lower. For the Dow, like if you guys are short, let me know what you're short so I can tell you possibly what I'm seeing. You don't have to obviously trade the way I'm trading, but you can most definitely take it into like consideration, I guess, um, if you choose to. Um, JJ, if you want to know why I took things at certain areas, let me know and I can explain it. Excuse you, sir. Excuse you, sir. Excuse you. Sorry, that was my wife's dog. Um, so with the Dow, where I shorted right now, I said my first area of possible, getting scared of this trade is at 81. Now, a lot of people might just get scared based on that one wick, right? The current price action, it might scare them off depending on what you're looking at. So if I'm looking at, say, like a 30-second, someone might get scared of that, and say, "Oh shit, fuck it, I'm gonna get out earlier." And that's the mindset of a scalper. You're constantly looking at every single tick and a couple, 5-second bars or whatever, and it scares you out. And to me, that's actually the very wrong way of trading. You want to get into a good position, and as soon as that happens, you stop looking at these like lower time frame, whatever. You're looking at, you zoom out and you look at bigger structure of what you're trying to trade to, right? Whether it's adding onto it or whether you're even taking off earlier. Dave, if I see him, I'll let him know to send her a picture. Oh wait, are you even in here? Yeah, you are. Okay. Yeah, if I go out, I'll say shoot blah 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 a photo of you and your kids. Would that be cool, or would that be a good idea?
Sorry about that. Was
Say that again.
no. What were you saying?
I was saying that if I do go out, I'll say, hey, blah blah. I'll can you shoot so and so, a picture or something of him and his kids or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah, just because the picture I had his and they were on his lap and I actually took a video and they
Young,
were
right?
running around. It was just I mean
Yeah.
my kid's growing so fast, so I'm curious to see how big his kids are
Yeah.
now.
If I said, you know, your mom's name and I said Dave, would he know who I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, he knows I'm her.
Okay. Like, I mean, Dave, right? Like, just if I say, oh yeah,
Usually
Bob
I go
Buzz.
by David, but
Okay, cool. Um, all right, I'll do that if I go out.
what time are you gonna be
He's
doing?
well. I'm supposed to leave now.
Oh, okay.
They're texting me right now. Not the guy, not those guys, but my friends are texting me.
All right, where are you
Um,
guys gonna go hang out?
so we booked them a brewery. There's a bar and a club, obviously, with table service and stuff like that.
I could send you that pic. I wonder if I should send you that picture and you could give it to him. Hmm.
But does he know
It
about
has
your
my
mom?
mom with them.
Okay. Does he know about your mom?
Yeah, he knows that she's not in because last time when he saw him in 2018, her
Yeah.
Parkinson's had started. Well, she had Parkinson's for a couple of years. She developed it in uh, 2016. So that's actually when I started, and she moved in with me because my dad had passed away too. So,
Oh, I'm
uh,
sorry to hear that.
but yeah, no, I was thinking about getting a bunch of the ball players together to go out
Yeah.
to lunch. So, but cool. I don't want. Yeah, go ahead
Yeah.
with your
No, no,
your
no,
life.
no, no, no. This life is more important than trading, man. Health, life, everything. JJ, those second and third exits are all based on major levels in the net gas. And if you're curious where the next major level down is for like, for shits and giggles, it's gonna be at 1991, and it can get as low and as 1.8. ES looks um, fairly bullish in my eyes. Um, Specifically, since we came down, took out Asia's low, not that big of a deal with the NFPs coming out. And then we traded higher. With NFP, we traded even higher. And now we're above yesterday's, you know, uh, zone or range. Um, so a little bit curious. Hmm.
Kind of looks like a fake out to me.
The upside?
Yeah. Because they're like hovering right here, right? And we still haven't broken the high of yesterday.
In the
And
ES?
yeah, in the ES. That overnight high from yesterday.
Okay, you're talking about the overnight. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So it seems like they're gonna try to pump it up there. If it blows through that, then that's bullish. But I kind of see that they might try to do a little pump and dump and slam it back down after it kind of farts around up there.
Yeah.
Because
I mean,
given
that's a
how
good.
strong that payroll was, that doesn't bode well. You know,
Mhm. Um, here's
that's
what I'm
my
looking
two
at.
cents.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's fine. I think it's a good observation. And this, if you're going to contribute, this is the chat to do that, right? Contribute and give your own opinion on things. It's always welcome. Everyone's welcome to do it. The reason when I'm saying this is because we are above yesterday's regular trading hours high. That's one cause of concern. I do see what you mean by that Asia London after hour high of yesterday. I'm worried because we are basically, how do I put this? I'm worried because NQ is actually acting a fool, and I feel like NQ is going up. Secondly, the gold hasn't shown a reversal yet, which also scares me. So if this is a complete risk off, then that will scare me, right? So if that means everything's gonna come down, which means your fake out is correct. If, however, gold does show reversal and we go up, then maybe we have some downside for the ES and whatever. I just can't really call it right now. If you also look at, say, the VIX, it's a little bit on the lower end. We're coming into, on the risk spreads, coming to a 200 hourly. What does that mean? Nothing. But it's a great back infill at the very least. So I'm a little bit scared about that as far as calling it right now. I think you're probably right, though. I think we could,
41.16 is kind of like my line in the sand. If we can break that,
41.16.
yeah, 41.16. If we can break that and kind of keep above it throughout like the first half hour, I think that's probably pretty bullish.
Why 16 and not, say, 18 or something?
It's just one of my levels. It's just, yeah.
All right. Fair.
But yeah, I mean, with the bonds ripping like they are to the upside, that's pretty bullish as of late for some reason. You know, last week, 2 weeks ago, that would have been bearish, but now it seems to, like, I don't know. You probably have a better heartbeat on that stuff as to why, but yeah.
I think they're just going back to the traditional sense of
Right.
bonds up, equities down, versus before it was really dependent on the dollar. And then the euro kind of has an emphasis, more emphasis now than the dollar, just because as of late, everyone's eye is on what the ECB is going to do.
Yeah.
So it's more so based on the euro. I at least that's what my group thinks.
I could see that. I mean, euro dollar is always the basis for everything, it seems like.
Look at the Russell. I mean, in comparison to that area you were talking about, yesterday's overnight highs.
Russell and the Dow both ripping. Yeah.
Yep. So, I don't know. I'm not saying you're wrong. There's no wrong.
No, there's no right and wrong. I know. I was just, yeah, it's my 2 cents.
We're just spitballing and seeing.
Yeah, exactly.
giving different views. Yeah.
At the end of the day, we'll find out.
We'll see who's right, who's wrong.
We'll see who's right.
Yeah. I'll tell you this though, that fucking Swiss trade looks mighty good.
What do you got? A Swiss?
I shorted Swiss. Yeah, the futures. I shorted that at 13,545.
13,545. Holy moly! What'd you get in?
Yes.
Like, I was gonna
Yesterday.
say yesterday. Holy moly!
Yeah.
Looks like they're definitely hitting the bottoming out. It feels like.
Yeah, I took one off here.
Yeah.
So I took one off at what was this? 12,085. Took one off there, and then I still have.
That's like almost bottom. Would you bottom tick that thing?
No. It actually went way below it first, and then it kind of stalled there. I kind of, I have a level there as well, so I was like, okay, I'll take one off of here for now.
Nice. That's a good trade.
I'm still looking for further though. Looking for 11,190.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Today?
I mean, whether
You
excuse me?
thinking today or just whenever?
No, definitely not today.
Yeah.
This would probably be
Yeah,
probably well into next week.
3 days, maybe.
Yeah.
Based off ATR.
Yep.
Yeah. That's crazy. You're crazy, man. I wouldn't hold that shit overnight. That's tough. Well, I mean, that's what you do. That's what you do. You know your stuff. So
No. It's just different styles. Like,
yeah.
I mean, right now, like the Dow, most people would be like, I would have gone out already. I think, for me, I brought it to break even, so I made very, very little on it. But most people would have been like, you had 100, or what was that? You had 40 ticks on it. Why'd you not take it off and stuff like that? It's like,
Yeah. Well, you risked off in between there, right? Though.
Yes, I took risk off.
Yeah. So I mean, that's not truly losing 40 points after that. I don't know. That's how I usually think of stuff. Once you've risked off, you're not at the full loss anymore.
I don't disagree with you. It's just that, and it has nothing to do with new or old or anything like that. It's just most people look at their unrealized P&L as an actual P&L.
Right.
Like
ME, MFE kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's junk.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Morning, Santos. Gecko, y'all.
Good morning.
Hey, John.
John, you want to do your thing?
Holy moly, I didn't even see him. When did he start coming back?
I don't know. Someone allowed him in here. I tried to kick him out a couple times.
I haven't seen him in a long time.
That's why he was kicked out.
Oh, geez.
I'll be right back.
How'd you make
What
out?
were you saying earlier, Gecko?
How'd you make out with your tick drills? Did you do any this morning, or are you gonna get yelled at?
Of course, I always make money on tick drills.
Dude, that's incredible. What was your question before? I missed it.
What's your, I guess, your insight for today?
Oh, so today, 116 is my kind of line in the sand. If we're gonna break out above 116, we've got all that area from Wednesday to kind of clear up through to a target of about 4150. That's a kind of an extreme upside target. But if we open and fart around in that 16 to 21 or 21 region, the breakdown has a potential for obviously blowing through the 4100, possibly down to 80, 75, somewhere in there. those are my kind of two plays for which way this could go. Right now, my gut instinct is telling me that it's kind of going to be a pump and dump day.
Mhm.
You know, we're going to fart around and drop because that NFP or the employment status stuff kind of felt a little bit too strong. That might scare the market a bit.
I don't know. Are we at a time where good news is bad or bad news is good news is good?
Yeah, right. A moderate economy is bad news right now because that means the Fed has no problem with more rate hikes.
Yeah, so they're not afraid to because they're not breaking the market.
Right.
Whatever they're doing, like they're
Exactly.
freaking the job's still high, unemployment's still low.
Yeah.
Like,
We've
yeah,
survived what three large bank failures, and the market still seems to have shrugged it off. You know, we're
yeah,
still
yeah,
in the
exactly.
upper range of the year, right? Yeah. So exactly. What's your thought?
Which is pretty similar to what I think. Not necessarily. I think that um, if they're able to do all these rate hikes and still not break the market, and with unemployment being low, um, that means they're doing a good job.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. What they're doing is working, so they're going to continue doing it, right? Which is exactly what the market doesn't want. But the Nasdaq is holding up surprisingly well through all this, which
Probably
is
because of
where I would
Apple.
expect it to start first.
Apple's earnings, I guess
Yeah,
beat top and bottom, but I'm not sure what the guidance was.
yeah. It seemed like once Microsoft's earnings came out, the Nasdaq kind of firmed up a bit. They were, they're not as skittish as they once were.
Mhm. You're basically filling out the gap area that was caused yesterday.
Yeah. Well,
We're
we got
we're
to.
basically
Yeah.
accepting the gap.
Exactly.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. And also in the SPX, we had that gap from the 27th. So the cash market gap, we basically farted around in that gap the whole time yesterday, just filling it out. So I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
that's
yeah. Same with ES. There was a gap. It's the same area. Like,
yeah, yeah,
yeah.
that's quite bullish. But who knows? We're also underneath a bunch of weight. We're at a weekly
Yeah,
low.
we're
I don't know.
I
It's
think,
just
are
like
we
right
back
down the
above?
middle. Right down the
I
middle. I
think we're
don't know.
mhm.
I posted it. Dave, just scroll up. Did I post it in the wrong goddamn chat? Dude? Fuck. Did I post it in the wrong chat? I did. I posted in the 0 chat. I'm gonna delete it and I'll repost it. Fuck me, dude. I'll repost it. The Russell's really taking off. 759 is the next level up. Let me know if you need anything else, Dave, or anyone.
It looks like for the entire week we're in like a triple distribution.
Can you show us a picture? If you
It's
have time.
isn't I did in the levels.
Okay. Oh, I see it. All right. Cool. Thanks. That's ES, I'm assuming.
Correct.
How come your charts always look sexier than mine? Like it looks nice. She looks gross.
It doesn't mean you trade good. I'll tell you that.
It's not true, bro. Have some confidence. 33, 33, 42. I actually, the Russell's kind of scaring me from shorts, but it is coming up to a good level right here. So mm, I guess I'll just wait for the open. I'm gonna wait for gold to turn. and then possibly the bonds have turned, and I like where it stopped. I think it could go down just a tad, but I like where it stopped. I wanted to technically get down to about 30.10 and then reverse. Yes, I know it's only a couple ticks, but it'd be a good bottom tick. If we're taking any kind of shorts or anything like that. Dave, you can probably do it later if you want. The market's about to open. I don't want to distract you. Hey, Judd, we're also pretty damn close to that 1759. Yeah, we've seen this show many times.
Numbers have entered.
Mm-hmm.
But be right back. I gotta go to my meeting.
What? I have a deadline to figure out what the fuck I'm doing with my life. So
What the fuck? I don't think coming in here is going to help.
maybe it will. I don't know. I'm being rushed in decisions, and I don't like it.
One minute. Good luck, guys. This is interesting. 1 minute prior. Good luck. We have not tapped that 41.15 yet. I'm gonna wait until they show their hands first. I don't know what this is about. Let me just make some numbers real quick. So we just had a gap up. 1 second, guys. All right, this is bullish in my opinion, especially for the Dow. For us to open where it was, come down, not even get below 457, that's bullish. Let me check ES really quick. Apologies, it's a little bit late as I was looking at multiple assets. ES, it's still bullish despite us just, slightly being up, whatever, until we can close below 98.25. Middle ground's going to be at 105. And then for the NQ, nothing. Same levels. But we're bullish based on the Russell and Dow and ES so far. So I'm not looking for anything. So right now, once Dow gets up, the Russell gets up to 1759, you could look for some kind of price action to take that to the downside. And what you will be trying to aim for is going to be 44.8. Right. So gold just made a reversal to the upside. So that could actually spell a possible, short 15.9. Long gold.
You're going to take a long on gold, or
Yeah.
are you looking around 2010?
Sorry, say that one more time.
Are you looking around 2010-ish?
No, I got it way earlier. My
Oh.
interest aren't that fucking great, dude. Come on, man. Come on, numbers.
Hey, I may be your new numbers guy soon, so give me a break.
Yeah.
I can tell you what's going to be happening on the commodity markets for the next 5 minutes. Take it easy.
Good. The Russell is actually kind of reacting towards it, but I really wanted to get up to that 59 number. Let's see, the Dow 55 zeros bit done. NQ. I don't really want to touch NQ.
I'm short crude off of 28.
Oh wow.
Stops at 33.
4115 is done in ES. So what's your entry again?
28. But right now my stop's at 34. So we'll see.
Yeah.
I'm pretty much fucking around the past few days since I've been refining some couple different strategies, especially with the fact that I may have to port them over soon. Oh, and when I said I may be able to tell you what might be happening on commodity markets for a 5-minute time horizon, two of the firms with whom I'm speaking are able to model market structure and the effect large orders have on a 30-second, 1-minute, 2-minute, 5-minute time horizon with about 35% accuracy.
Hell.
They specialize in high frequency trading on commodity futures.
I see.
I won't be trading commodities, but hey, that can be useful information for some people.
We're almost at your 10 level. In gold. Let's see. Go look at if you guys aren't trading, go look at let me see. Yep. Go look at SMH. The semiconductor company. One, two. The ETF, if you could find it.
Someone
Just
does.
interesting. Excuse me?
Right now, the amount of liquidity is sitting at 71.30 between 29 and 31. Price just continue to come back up there, and not even break it. I'm
It's
looking,
crazy, right?
yeah, I'm looking for maybe 71.06, but stop still at 34.
Sorry, are you saying it's crazy that the SMH is doing what it's doing?
No, well, numbers is talking about crude. I'm talking about SMH.
Oh.
Yeah.
And sorry, so Zero, you think what's going on with SMH is crazy?
It's crazy in a sense where, you should be paying attention to that semiconductor.
You know what's going on with that though? Do you really have a good picture of what's going on?
I don't. I'm just telling you guys to pay attention to it.
It's an ETF, right? Do you understand?
Yeah.
It's designed to
Yeah.
go to zero, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, well it just did a reverse split last night.
Oh, did it? I see that.
They're designed to go to zero. That's what's going on.
124.
And trust ETFs. If you were to look at yesterday's price, it was $60.
Yeah.
So that's exactly what's going on with it. So don't be alarmed. Don't mind me out.
The fuck? Oh, okay. What the fuck do I have here? Okay, got it.
I was taken out by a shortfall order. So.
In crude for me, I don't have anything around here. I need to wait up to like 71.60, but who knows if that's gonna get there. Okay, Russell's got up to 59 right now. This should wait for the price action to tell us one way or another. Gold is still holding, so I don't know. I don't know what to make of this yet. If we're turning in anything, it's going to turn in the Russell again first. I still like the turn.
First I'll preface this. There's a fair bit of liquidity sitting at 2010. Right now I'm building out a backtesting engine for book liquidity. And what I'm finding thus far is on a per risk basis, win rate of a 2 to 3 to 1, depending on security. As long as your risk is positioned usually within 0.1% outside of the liquidity, you're going to be hitting at about a 40% hit rate, and 3 to 1 low end of the spectrum, 5 to 1 high end of the spectrum. I need to finish building out the back end of that, but yeah, so a whole bunch of liquidity on gold at 2010.
I'm out of my gold. I didn't like the stall. I'm still in it in my other account, but I'm trying to get out. I agree with you. I don't like the stall. I saw some that and like so I took a loss in gold in my personal account, but in my in the other account it's still good. 2010. I didn't like it due to the price action, but let me see why you don't like it. Are you looking at liquidity as in like the heat map, or how's it go for you?
Aggregation. There are a few different metrics, but first being book liquidity, and then that's comparison to previous executed volume over the past week, and then taking a ratio between those two.
All right. Well, that's really smart to do that. It's good stuff, dude.
Let's see if I'm stopped out. I don't really care if I am. I'm short off of 68.50 on NASDAQ since I had orders pending directly below the liquidity, and stop is at 72.75. Yes. Okay.
I'll be right back, guys. I need to.
Since no one wanted to publicly discuss, well, actually, no, I wasn't on. Was I on voice yesterday? Maybe, I don't know. Anyone blow up with crude? Yeah, or 2 days ago with the plus minus 10% move in 3.5, 4 hours, 5 hours. not quite stopped out on NASDAQ short, but liquidity was taken. Within 2 ticks of my stop. So
we're overextended on the Dow, or sorry, the Russell, the ES as well, but it can still go up a tad bit more. Wait for the time to show us. Yep. So the only one that isn't overbought would be NQ. So NQ is the weakest one. So once everything rolls, you can probably do NQ if you guys want to take a short. I don't see anything rolling just yet, including gold is still not rolling. It's right here at your 10 level numbers.
oh, thank you. I haven't looked at it. I have pending orders. I'm looking for about 48 on NASDAQ, which would be 20 points roughly on NASDAQ position to take off half and then move stop to break even. But granted, my stop is 5 points on NQ. So thank you for ordering.
Yeah, no worries. I'll be right back.
Yep. I had a fill on gold at 2010.2 and my stop is at 28.5. I'm going to step away for a moment. I'm looking for price to come back up to about 2015. I'm running a 15 tick stop.
Guys, until gold reverses, I don't really want to get involved in any kind of short side action. Not to mention, like, the time is not great for us. So when I say, like, oh yeah, we should look at the times to take reversals and stuff like that, it's really because you want to take, those are the high probability times. That doesn't mean you can't do it any other time, but you know, if you're just looking at pure price action, those are times, or pure whatever, those are times you can take reversals. But if you're going to do it outside of those times, meaning you're going to call a reversal during non whatever hours, reversal hours or times, you need that multiple asset telling you that we're turning in order to be confident in it. So as of right now, I mean, it's a great trade by numbers, obviously. But for me, I don't want to get involved in this just yet, right? I already took a hit on it right here. Or oops, that's the day one. I already took a $600 hit on that, right? So I don't really love it. So I'm just gonna wait for this. Now, if we can get down to, like, we are overbought or oversold in gold. If we get down, and I kind of hope we don't, because that screws numbers over. But we get down to like 071. I mean, that's something I would like for I know you guys don't trade crude that often, but crude is a good short in my opinion right now. Right now, it's a good short. Possibly back down to 69.33 or something like that. But I'm like, just kind of wait for that kind of pan out. Again, waiting for gold. I want the Russell to build a little bit higher. And here's the thing, Harvey, we were talking about this earlier, right? About risk to reward. Well, for me, that whatever you're taking, the first major obstacle in this is going to be at 1450, which is the open of today. To me, that's the biggest. It's going to be a minor obstacle, and then after that, Another big obstacle is going to be 0650, right? So increasingly, so all these numbers increasingly it's going to get harder and harder for ES to break through. So 1450, 0650, 9825, right? Those are all obstacles that are really tough for it to break. And when I say 0650, it could be 0650 to 05, right? You guys have the 05 number. So it's going to be increasingly difficult. So if you're taking ES a short here, let's just say, if your risk to reward down to 1450, which is the first obstacle, if you don't get that good number, then don't take it, meaning good reward to risk. We're back to that major level in the Russell. That doesn't mean you trade it. Still waiting, still waiting. I'm going to try for a entry in gold 071. Maybe 077, actually. See how that works. We are extremely oversold. It's not going to be easy though, because today is Friday. Don't forget, guys. This is a tough day to trade. So far, in my opinion, not easy. If you guys are short something, you guys need a target. Let me know. For instance, if we're short the Russell, it's going to be 53.4 is one area. Okay, so let me know. Thanks, Imperative. Sorry, I was in the wrong chat. I didn't see it. 0 Russell at major. Yeah. But we're still watching that price action, Peter. So we didn't really get anything. I'm still not getting any kind of price action I want to take. All right, gold is giving it to us right now, so I like that. I might take a stab in this. Let me see. Yeah, I'll take a stab in it. 10, 3. Shit, you didn't film me? Are you kidding me? Stupid. Okay. All right, Russell put in this reversal, but it's far down there. And where I want to get involved is the risk is way too much. Not loving it, right? So If you're looking at gold, I think 19 is a good area to take. Let's let this play out. Gold might have a tad bit lower just because a lot of these indices need to do a quick back end fill, like the Russell. The Dow doesn't really need to. The ES, so yeah, the ES does just a tad, not a lot. Crude just had the market structure break on the 1 minute. What do you think about short and crude? I like it. My again, I know you guys don't have the levels, but 7160 was the level. The high of the day is 7161. I did say that to numbers, but again, it doesn't really mean anything. I think the best entry was at 7149, and then you would have been able to risk mitigate. But us coming back to it is something that I don't really exactly love right now. I think it needs to work out a little bit more. So let's just let's trade it together, work at it together. If you're looking at that, let's look at it together. I do like the short. I want this to settle here a little bit, but you can most definitely take it if you want. Just put your stop above the high. But for me, Dave, I'm looking for from a technical side something to tell me more, right? Then yes, it's a level. Yes, we have the price action. I'm looking from a relationship side, technical side, what is happening, right? On my other account, I risk mitigated in gold. So I will be aiming for 19 on one of them. So it's a risk-free trade as of now. On the second trade, remember I did lose 600 on the previous trade in gold, so it still has ways to go. All right, so it's going back to crude. I'm not saying I'm correct, right, Dave? Because it's moving up. For me, because some of the technicals aren't lining up yet, I don't want to get involved in this. And by chance, the price is moving not necessarily higher right now, but it's not reversing like we want to. So yes, there are certain things that is saying that we could stall here. Just the technicals and a lot of things just telling me not yet, right? It's not a no, it's just a not yet. And if we are, I personally want to, I actually want it to go a little bit higher, if we can, higher and take some things out. Let me turn my attention back to gold really quick. All right, gold needs to keep moving. It's stalling. 97, 130. Jesus, I won't do that. Excuse me, real quick. 130. I want to see how there it is. This is 130. More, please. All right. All right. So I took off gold. I mean, I what I did was I risk mitigated really quick. and drew it back to, you know, the stop of right here, actually. So if I get tagged out at 9.7, I'm out at a break even. All right, I'm out at a break even. It just didn't look great. Again, I still think that due to the back and fill of the currencies, specifically the Russell, I felt like it was not a great time to take a long. And this is like the whole capital flow thing, right? You see that the Russell needs to back and fill a little bit more. So you kind of back off on, say, getting long gold. Now, I could be, it could not follow it and still go. But for me, I think it's a much safer trade. Um, if that makes sense to you guys. Which, again, we're following the Russell a little bit more and a little bit of the ES. So with the Russell needing to do a back and fill, meaning it needs to, you know, you can call it re-auction, go back into value, whatever it is, before breaking further over, or low note or whatever. It's going to push other things above, right? Namely, say, you know, the ES to break newer highs. And a lot of people are like, what the hell? Why is it breaking newer highs? Because it's not following its own thing right now. It's following the Russell. Following gold, it's following capital flow. So, yeah. So, break even right here. If you guys are watching this gold trade right here, got long right here at 10.6, risk mitigated at 2012, right here. And then got stopped out at break even right there. So, yeah, it's fine. It's not a big deal. Still waiting for this to get down to 7.7, which it kind of did almost to the tick. You know, one tick off. If it gets to that price action reversal, then I'll take it. But again, wrong time of the day, right? So things need to line up, you know, for us to take it. You know, ES is really struggling to get past this daily +3 right here. That level is at 28.25. So yeah. Okay. Thank you. All right, so this is actually very bearish, or sorry, bullish. Look at how the Russell has been repeatedly trying to break through that 53.4, and we're unable to. So you have to take that into account, despite everything else, right? Russell's continuously trying to break down, but nothing else is breaking down. This is not something I want to short. Not yet. Which means I also don't want to get long gold either. Capital flow, guys. There goes gold. I'm still not taking it. we just can't get below that number in the Russell. And, yes, Russell's leading it to the upside, right? But if we can't get below that, why try to take short on anything else? You guys get what I'm saying when we're doing these comparisons?
Say it again, please.
If the Russell, who's leaning to the upside, can't break below 53 4, why, nothing else can roll to the downside, right? If the Russell's holding well to the upside, it gives no one reason to short, is what I'm saying.
Right. Anyone
Right.
has watched the reads today? The regional banks? How they perform?
I just watched the ticker for it. What's going on there?
I don't know the ticker, so just
Okay.
thought if we have such a massive rally day and we had the regional bank selling off in the last days, maybe it's a reversal or a bounce on them. But I have to check where to find the ticker.
I'll look at it. You're talking about financials, right? Right? You're talking about financials, and not. Financials are, to me, overextended to the upside. I think everything's overextended to the upside, but knowing it's overextended to the upside and trading it right now is totally different. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can know something is going to go down or up, but if you're not timing it perfectly, you're going to lose money. So that's, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I agree with you. It's just not the right time to do it yet. Yep. Mm-hmm. Super high. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. What's okay. What's and this is on a 15-minute bar. Okay. Cool. Yep. 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 Mm-hmm. Yep. Cool. Yep. Thank you. That's a good point. Which fuck. All right, I'll be right back. Sorry. Uh, All right, gold's giving us a reversal. 08. Oh, 09. That's a really, really good test of the major level. And now with the gold pushing, pushing to the upside, maybe this we can break it finally. I just don't have location to get short. Better short. Between those two. Uh, I think the ES is a better short. Yeah. Yeah. We might have to get up to like 41.40. Yeah. Interesting to know. Thank you. Keep an eye on it.
I have a good level on NQ around 41.75, which is the value area high of a previous hourly composite that we are actually accepting, I think. So maybe if it does like show some weakness around the 41, which is doing right now, I think it's a good short for me on NQ.
Okay. Hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Peter, can you check the screen? I shared the screen quickly just to show you what I'm looking for, and anyone that see the screen. So this is the previous value. Like we broke that value. We are right now at the edge, higher edge, which is around here, around 42. So I'm looking for weakness at this area for acceptance. Then revisiting the lower, or it could be like just a test drive. It's very common, like after the open, maybe a test drive to go lower. Maybe that's what I'm looking for. Like if we show weakness around this area, which here you can see this is a kind of low volume node. It's an imbalance. It could go until like 66 to fake the break also of this structure, then go back. But if we break higher, that means that we are really going, for me, like more higher than that. But this is a good area for a short. Maybe wait for London close or something like that, and wait prices will settle. Then try to look for a short. Yeah. 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 You're right. Yep. It could be that. Yeah. Yeah. You're right. Yeah. But like. Mhm. exactly. Yeah. But this is a very good for me. For NQ, it's a very good area for floating. But I'm waiting. I'm just waiting the price to settle a little bit and see what could happen here. Like,
Peter, what levels do you have for the scene of grinds in NQ and Thank you.
I looked at what? Yeah. When I used it before, I was truthfully probably not. I was probably guided incorrectly, so it's not something that I had a lot of success in. Um, so yeah, I think that possibly, I think it's good. I know I've heard of people who use it and do well with it. I never had success with it, so I have a really unfair assessment of it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Normally, I don't like it, but it's the same thing as cumulative volume delta. If you learn how to use it, I think it's powerful, but it's also situational. So, um, I don't sit there and be like, oh yeah, this is good. You can't just. It's not a good greatest indicator. Yeah, we did. Depending on what time frame you're looking at. I totally missed my short in ES. 13. I tried. 13. There goes gold. Sucks. That's fine. I'll just cancel this. Uh, 2825 is a good target for ES if you're looking for it. If you're trading Russell, you're looking at 52. Dow, you're looking at 585. If you got long gold, which I did not, you're looking really high up there, about like 37.2. 9 flat. Um, yep, go ahead. Yep. No, go ahead. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Not gold, but you can still trade it if you're, you can still trade ES and NQ just based on the Russell and the Dow, right? So, if they're starting to turn, you want to pay attention to like, okay, then I want, to get involved. It was a really good short in crude. You can still get involved in it. You just gotta wait for those to turn. So I might not trade, the 2-year bonds, but if they're showing me the way, I'll wait for the 2-year bonds to do something before I trade ES, for instance, right? So you don't necessarily have to trade that one, and if it doesn't set up right for you, then don't trade it. The purpose of that was purely because I want you guys to kind of practice of like just sitting back and not trading if it's not presenting it to you. It's kind of like seeing if you have what it takes to just kind of sit back, right? I'm sure ES. I'm looking at 2750 as a possible target. Um, anyways, yeah. So that's what I meant by that. Yeah, I just wanted to see if you guys can like let it go, so to speak. Because it was at a major level. Yeah, but percentage wise, it's all the same. But not all the same, sorry. Percentage wise, it wasn't necessarily the better one, right? Percentage from like, let's just say from the reversal to wherever, it may not have been the better one. Yeah. Gold's first rejection point is going to be up there at 37.2 or 37.3 or something like that. Well, maybe not even that high actually. First rejection 34.2, sorry. Holy missed that. Yeah, this sucks. Yeah. Sorry. Yep. For which one? No, I'm targeting a little bit before that. If I was, I would be targeting 34.2. Yeah. Shit. I don't know if I want to cut my ES because it doesn't look great right now. Uh, for trading view. Mm-hmm. Okay. I probably didn't give it to you for sure. Okay. We can talk about that later. Yep, yep.
I think NQ should like at this from order flow from the DOM. I see will breathe a little bit above the high of the day. I think it's gonna
Yeah.
like spike a little bit before going down. I feel that like
I don't think the time is yet, so I
yeah,
agree with you.
it should breathe a little bit. I feel that there is a lot of pressure from buyers. I think it should be a release for a stop run. Then
Well, there goes that top tick right there.
yeah.
So I don't know if that's it or there's more, but the time's not ready yet, so I'm not going
Yeah,
to touch it just yet.
I see it's very risky at this point. Still, there is some huge sellers, but huge absorption of selling
Yep.
right now on NQ. So I think it's gonna stop run above it right now.
Yep.
Like with 10 points, maybe around 53 or 55. Then I will think of a short.
What's good is that if ES gets to 41.40, that's the best place for me to take a short. I just cut my ES trade, took a small loss on it. I cut it early. Oh, big highs. Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. But it's not actionable until we get the price action. I'll be right back and check on my wife and check on those. Dave, he got stuck at the China border. Just FYI, if you're still there. I'll be right back.
For me to go short on NQ, I need the retest of the 41 level and see if it holds. Then I can go short. Otherwise, it's still going up. But that's a good sign of a good fake in going up like on NQ for me at this point. Peter, is that a true high on NQ at this point right now? I think it's the true high from the volume of buyers that is trading at this point. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I still see trapped sellers at this point. I think it's gonna go higher than that. Too much, yeah, too much trapped sellers on NQ at the highs at this point. It's gonna puke, I think, a little bit more higher. Yes. I still see buyers wanting the price to go up. I think this is a go up then a dump down very hardly, in my opinion. Too much buyers again, dropping sellers again. Like we just be patient, that's it, and wait for the right sign. I need a stop run, to be honest, for those dropped sellers. That's the first one, but it's a very little one. Another one. Now I need to see some. That's a good sign for. That's a good. That's a good stop run. It was a good stop run. So let's see if this 65 is holding. But I think that's it. In my opinion, from the DOM, I see that could be the right reversal point. We just need to test 62, 63s. That's nice. Then we see if there is some huge selling. Like this is good drop in buyers at this point, in my opinion. Sellers start to come in. Sellers are all over the place at this point. But I need to retest the 62, 63 area on NQ to see if the buyer's gonna step up again to make the price higher. Still very risky to go short at this level. I want to see another micro stop run around 62, 63 to confirm the reversal for me. But I think this is a true high, Peter. Is that a true high right now at this point of that volume? Okay. Test of 62 shows very big sizing on the buy side. So I think it's still risky to go short for me. Short 275 on NQ mitigated the risk, stop at the high of the day. I think that was a good entry. The price started to settle around the high of the day with good absorption and a good stop run for buyers getting stopped. Like also the cumulative delta shows a true high, that new high on NQ. I think if we break the 63 on NQ, that could be a good rundown. But if 63 is holding, as it's a short-term low, if it doesn't get broken, means we could go a little bit higher or maybe break higher for a trend day maybe. We are around 64 and a half, and see if it breaks the 63 with real momentum down. I think that could be the real shift of market structure to go short, in my opinion, on higher time frames. But as long as 64 is still holding, let's see if it can retest it another time, or this is the move up, break higher. But from the order flow, there wasn't enough pressure to break it. I think they're just grabbing some liquidity above it to really like break it lower, like to kind of fake the move up, to grab more buyers. Good selling on the tape, very good selling on the tape. I hope it's not an absorption. Now we are at 64. I think it should puke down if it really wants to break it down. Like it should really break it with very good momentum. Still not willing to break it, but I think kind of trapping more buyers for a good stop run to help the down move. We are at 64 right now. Now we need to see a real good move down with good momentum. It should like release at any point, in my opinion, right now for NQ. XC3 is still holding. Not any consequent momentum on the short side. Buyers are trying to play the reversal here. Think we can trap them and help with a stop run for the move down. We're still good on the short, in my opinion. Lot of buyers that make the stop run much bigger for the downside in the coming seconds, maybe. Very huge buy-in, kind of around 63, which is a bad sign. But let's see. Here, Peter. Exactly. Yeah, that's why I got short, to be honest. Like I saw the new high. That was a true high, so it gave me more confidence into the trade. Also, there was a good stop run. They trapped some sellers. on the high before, then they stop random, then they push the move down. But I think that's like if we like that 63 area is very crucial. It's kind of at this point for me aligned in the sand. Like if the sellers are defending it with a good stop run down to trap the buyers, that's gonna help the price go down. I just don't want it to range around this area, to accept it as a new value. That's the other like scenario that I'm afraid of.
Do
Because
we have
if
any more news coming out?
I don't think
don't,
so.
right?
I don't think so.
Okay. So nothing big, right?
Uh, Zero today. I in this trade I used I mixed with the higher time frame setup with the entry on down.
Yep. What we talked about yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And
How's it working out?
I'm still holding. Like if I was only scalping, I would haven't. I would only took a 2 hour, 3 hour. But at this point, I'm holding because I'm seeing very huge potential on this move down on
Okay.
NQ.
I
There is a
like
lot
it.
of parameters. Like there is a reclaim, good reclaim down. We can go like 73 here. Like the first target for me is 251.
Mm-hmm.
That's the easiest kind of target, as it's the value area low of the previous value. Like if the price is showing more weakness on the buy side, I could keep it. But if it shows more reversal patterns around for 242, 251, that means acceptance of that new value area. But let's see. Because right now we broke two value areas, the actual one that was from yesterday, and we broke another one, which is on the middle of between the higher one and the middle one. We broke it also. We didn't respect it at all. There was no pullback or something, no clear pullback. And right now we are trading around the. That's a gap, to be honest. At this point, this is just a gap. So it's not a value area or something. It's a gap. So if we accept it, it could really puke higher up to retest a value area from Monday and Tuesday overnight save. But we had a really good reaction to the value area low of that value area. So
Let's
I
watch
think
this pan out first.
Yeah, that could be if if this is just a kind of hypothetical thinking.
Yeah.
Like if we really go down, we could really puke really down the yesterday's low. Like it's still on the play. Like with this move up, test higher, see if there is any acceptance. At this point, there is no acceptance above. We are stalling at this kind of gap between the gap in the value area low of Monday and the overnight Tuesday.
Yeah.
Like if we don't accept here, like the seller's gonna get the price back because there is nobody to trade with at this point, if you see what I mean. Like there is no fair value at this point, no balance. But if we go back to 41, I'm still talking only about NQ. If we test the 241 and we show strength on the buy side, that could be acceptance for going higher, at least to 32 or 304.50 for the point of control of that area.
Yeah.
then we can start accept around there.
I like it, Dave.
Yeah.
If we can get there.
Yeah. What's your scenario for NQ at this point? NQ 0.
I think that I'll be a buyer as soon as it drops back down to yesterday's value, right?
Yeah.
I like that scenario. For me, I think even closer to the open, maybe 143 or something. I like it.
Yep.
So I don't mind. I think we can for sure get back to the opening. I just took off my short in ES. It just took a little bit longer than I wanted to, and I would just take a continuation trade if we go. But because we still have a little bit more time, it was taking way too long. I'm okay with just taking it off for now.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, because now here it goes. Son of a bitch. It's okay though. Sometimes you just gotta laugh at yourself.
But to be honest, I don't like this grind down on NQ.
I don't love it either. That's why I took it off. It's like looks kind of shitty.
I don't. I really don't like it because it doesn't show a good move down. But from like last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, when price grinds up like this, like on the buy side, like going up, it's a good sign. Hold it. It's kind of accumulation of something in a trend, in a channel, kind of. Zero, about the when there is a new capital flow coming on the market, for example, for NQ or ES, like
Lending close.
every 30 minutes, every hour.
No, it's just lending close. So each time, there's new money being pumped in. I don't call it capital flow, it's money flow, meaning, or, same shit, right? But I just don't want you guys to get confused about capital flow. Capital flow is more so where money is pumping from one asset to another. But yes, it's lending close.
Like it's the only time I heard like something about the algos. Like every 30 minutes there is a algo cycle around the first seconds of the.
I personally have heard something similar, but I've always thought it was just speculation by whoever said it. Not necessarily true, because, unless they're an algo themselves, how would they know that information? So I for me, I don't know if that's true or not.
Yep.
I guess take it how you want to take it. But I've never really believed in stuff like that, because, like, how do you know that algos are there at that time? Algos wouldn't do a very good job if you knew when they were going to come in and out. They for the most part failed. So yeah, I don't really know if that's true. If someone knows better, again, I'm not certain about this, but if someone knows better, by all means, let me know.
Yep.
I'm not against that. I'm not against, someone goes, no, I heard algos do this. All right, cool.
I'm not going to say I know anything because I'm kind of stupid, but algos, think about what we're saying here. Algos. Isn't that? It's like saying God. It's kind of just like this myth. Right? So, yeah, kind of, right? Because if you think about it, well, it's not. You're not letting me finish, right? So,
okay.
The myth would be like, oh, well, I set my algos in play, and they just start doing all this work. And they go back and forth and back and forth. What is an algo, right? It would be an automated system that tries to trades, right? Constantly. So to say that they pump in money at a certain time of day, well, how does that even work? It would have to look for the right situation for it to enter. Now, there's millions of different algos, let's just say, all running different strategies. Okay? So how can it be timed at all? There is no time-based portion of it at all. It would come down to situational conditions for these algos to trigger. And then, I don't know about you guys, but most people's algos don't. I don't know. I don't know anything, right? But I mean, you're not going to be running these massive 50,000 bots or whatever you want to call it, right? We're going to be running small numbers to see if it works. Then they'll add some, then they wouldn't add some, then they would take some off, then they would add some. And that's what I think that moves the market in general, right? Like, so it would just be adding, they're taking off, they're adding, they're taking off. Because if you ever ask yourself, if you look at a chart and you say, well, why the fuck is anybody trading right here in the middle, right? Like, well, okay, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just like, it's right in the middle of nothing. Why would anybody really be wanting to trade that? And then I go up to the top of the ES chat, and I see I'm short 36, and I'm like, the fuck would you be short 30? Like, why is somebody short 36 ES? And that's right in the middle, right? So I don't know where this is going, but I mean, I don't think there's a timing to algos, because that would kind of defeat the purpose of what an algo is trying to accomplish. And plus, like what Zero said, it's like, if everybody knew what time the algos fired, that wouldn't even make sense anyway, right? Because it doesn't, why would it matter what time they fire? They don't care about time, they care about situations, right? Let it be a candle pattern, let it be a volatility, like a blank spot in the order book or whatever what Numbers was talking about, like whatever Numbers is talking about, because it's too smart. I don't even know what he even says, but it's like there's a blank spot, and it's going to go down here because there's not enough orders to fill those orders, so the price should go down at that point, right? And then Algo will pick up on that slight nuance and start triggering its setup of like, let's start with 5, then we'll add 5, then we'll take 5, then we'll add 5, then we'll add 10, and then we'll add 15. Oh wait, let's take 5 off. Let's take 5 off. And
Yeah.
just like, and then all of a sudden, or this runs just like now. Algo or Algos have found a appropriate spot where they're all happy. And then they ram in a bunch of 5, 5, 5, and that's like a bunch of people's algos. Like not
But
just
let me ask you something, Harvey. Like
and
this,
then retailers
Yeah.
retailers
go on.
grab onto the momentum and try and get on as well. So go ahead though. I'm just speculating because I don't
Yeah.
know anything. I'm pretty
yeah, it's a discussion. Like it's about ideas and how we think about markets in general. Like what I think, for example, like I don't think like algos are doing something like they are some tricks or something. Like they have analytics about the markets. Like for example, every 30 hours they see which are the weaker hands and which are the strongest hands, and they just add to the strongest side. If you see what I mean. They see who's stronger at a certain area, for example.
Okay,
and
like
they,
I could agree with
Yeah.
that. And then what would you classify that though as 1% of the algos, 2% of the algos, 5% of the algos? Because you can say that all algos do that, right? Because other people have different setups for their automated strategies, right? That aren't following that kind of a principle or a situation that has to happen or occur. There could be one that says, we're going to add as soon as momentum comes in and we're 1% off the top. Any
Yep.
time frame, doesn't matter what it is, but if we see it drop below this much and we're 1% within the top, we're going to go with whatever side is going. Then if it continues, we're going to add to it as it goes, right? Like I'm not much of an automated strategy builder, but I think it would be more of a situational thing. It would be like building a scanner to find stocks. It has to hit this so it can do this, and then it'll do that, right? It's kind of like I don't know much about coding either, but I think it's what is it? What do they call that? Been there, done that, or what do they say for coding? Zero.
like if this happened,
If then,
If
something
then.
like that.
Yeah.
Whatever. So if this happens, then that happens, then this happens, and then that happens, right? So it's just like a chain of events. I've always wondered why does this happen? Like, well, all of a sudden, why does it dump like this? And that's kind of why. And why is it so fast? Because algos are faster than you are. You, or maybe not you, and I'm not saying you, but I'm saying retailers or whatever, the manual button pushers are fucking way late. And then at that point, when the way lates come in, guess what the algo does? Exactly what happens to your trades every time when you're dead nuts wrong. You push the button and you're like, oh fuck, I'm getting in, got it, right? I'm FOMO. And then what does it do? It fucking slams a fucking brick right in your face, and it goes the other direction because algos see that and they react and they do whatever they do in that situation. I mean, I'm speculating and I don't know. Again, how do we use this to our advantage? Be the way I always kind of try to approach any of these blind discussions. I'm not saying, was it Cosmo? I'm not saying I'm against you, Cosmo, or anything like that. It's just, or Peter. You guys have like the same voice or something. I can't really, unless I'm actually watching, I can't really. I think you do. I apologize for you're both on the same thing, but
Yeah,
that's Peter, right?
yeah. Harvey, like you say, each algo is different. There is probably hundreds of algos. Each hedge fund or whatever the firm, they're gonna have their own. It's not like they work together. So that's one thing. And I think the idea.
You wouldn't want them to be the same. Like it would actually be your enemy to have them the
Oh,
same.
yeah, just think about it. If all the hedge funds did the same thing, the size they're moving, it's that wouldn't work. Wouldn't work out
Yeah,
for
like,
them.
and like they probably designed some of these algos just to take the other side of the trade, right? Because you gotta.
Yeah.
I've always looked at this and be like, going, well, who the fuck's if everybody's selling here, who the fuck's buying it here? Well, that's the guy that's already bought it at like, just say $1,000. Let's just buy 1,000. He's got 1 million shares at 1,000. He doesn't give a shit if he's selling it at 4,100. 4,200, 4,300. He doesn't give a fuck. He's made $3,000 per unit. He does not give a fuck if he's selling it. He just needs to offload product to keep his customers happy and to make his bottom line good at the end of the year. Because if you think about this in an accounting prospect or an accounting vision or whatever of how an accountant would do this, why would I take all my profits in 1 year and pay more taxes on that 1 year's profits when realistically all I have to do, first job, pay salaries, second job, shut the shareholders up, third job, get the shareholders to give me more money, right? So I can reintroduce more money. So I would never get rid of all my position. I would only get rid of what I exactly needed to. And it's a big math equation at the end of it where I just have to make everybody happy and hold as much back as possible by averaging in, right? I'm sure this is why they have more than one account. It's not just Charles Schwab. No, there's going to be like 300 Charles Schwab
Sorry, guys, hold on.
accounts. Sorry, Zero?
I think he said he would be right back or something like that. But go
There's
ahead, go
going to be
ahead.
like 300, 500 Charles Schwab accounts. So they don't average in too much. Right? Because if they average in from, like, say they had a wicked position at $1,000, if they just keep averaging in, guess where their position's going to be? Right on top of price. They don't want their actual position to be right on top of price, right? That's what happens when you average in too much. Average into the price, right? Like if I were to use your 401k, you've been doing this for 10 years, you think you're doing a great thing, guess what? You're probably at 4,000 for price. Let's just say you're doing S&P. You're not that fucking well off, right? Like you've averaged up and fucked your position in the subliminal teachings of the man telling you to constantly be putting money in your 401k. It's actually killing your 401k. Does that make sense? So that's the way I look at it. Maybe I'm to lunch with it, right? Because Zero says that I average in wrong, but if you were to think
Yeah,
about
it's a good idea, like to have. I think there's nothing wrong about it. Like this is how you see things, which is fine, I think. And yeah,
And
I do agree.
I think the idea of 30 minutes comes from TPOs, and it's higher time frame, and usually people, like some people will look at that. They will even have like volume profile, 30-minute volume profile bars, and yeah, I think that's where it came from.
See, so I'm always kind of like the other. I'm always the asshole about it. But why not 33 minutes?
Oh, because
Why not
it's
38 minutes, right?
No,
Why
no,
not throw everybody off? That's all I'm saying, right? Like,
Oh yeah, no. I mean, yes, the algos, yes, like you said, they're not gonna be right on. There might be some on 30 minutes. Like they look at what's going on, and they might not fire off at exactly 30 minutes. They might check what's going on, and then if the conditions are right, then they might put a position. But I think it's based on TPOs. That's
I don't know. I'm kind of
And I'm-
leaning towards.
is
I don't
that-
know anything, and numbers might know more. But I mean, I'm kind of leaning towards the situation dictates it more than anything to do with time. Because what happens if
Hey, Harvey, I'm sorry.
in the middle
I'm
of
sorry.
no one? Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Just wanna ask Zero. I got in on NQ short. What's the good place to exit? I already mitigated risk.
I would probably watch ES when it approaches 2025, and the Russell when it approaches.
But should I extend my target a little bit?
Yeah.
Second
I
one,
mean,
because I
just-
mitigated the risk. I put first at 40, a second at 48, but I think it can go lower.
Yep.
Where do you think next one to take some off?
If you're already mitigated risk, I would watch what the Russell and what the ES does at the daily +3, and then just see what happens, right? So the Russell will be at 1752. See the price action in and around that area. This is obviously heading down now. I missed it. Well, I mean, it's not obvious, but no, I'll just watch the price action around there. I think more importantly is watching the ES. Now, personally, I think if you're short NQ, you're still watching the rest to see what it does at the open of today. I think we can easily rug pull the shit out of this down to the open.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually didn't mitigate risk because for some reason my
Good.
think it's
so
missed. I mean,
that's okay.
I did, but my first target is I messed up is with one because I entered with five lots, so I only took off one and I still have 4 left.
Okay.
So
Just watch around those levels and then see what it does, and then maybe you can mitigate another one, right? From that point. Like if it's giving you a bad thing. Okay.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying, Peter?
Yeah.
Yes,
So I look like right now.
Oh, here's numbers. Why don't you ask him, Harvey? Cosmo, Harvey.
Hey, numbers. How are you?
I'm well. How about you?
Good. How was your day?
It's quite stressful at the moment, but
But I think overall it was good.
I don't know yet. We'll see in about 6 hours.
Okay. So we were discussing about like how algos trade into the market. Like I have a kind of theory that said that every 30 minutes there is new money coming, which triggers some algos on the first seconds of every 30 minutes or something like that to add more money flow to the markets. And we were discussing about that, like how we think like in general algos work on markets. Is that dependent on a time frame, for example, every 30 minutes, every 1 hour or something like that?
No, it's a continuous time horizon. Most of the algos being run on hedge funds, not high. I'm removing high frequency trading. They are stat arb approaches, and stat arb implies that there's going to be a basket of securities which they are trading. Let's say they are trading 191 bank stocks. They build a demand curve for all of the securities in that basket, and they're going to have a weighted distribution to those securities. So the time frame doesn't matter. All that matters is the demand curve that they've built for the securities. And once that's established, time horizon doesn't matter. What matters is the demand curve.
Yeah, can you give like a simple example, for example, for ES or NQ from an algorithmic scenario, for example? Just a simple one, like with simple parameters.
ES and NASDAQ they're hedging instruments. A lot of people don't really consider the fact that it's intended for hedging. And so to offset a portfolio, a stat arb portfolio of bank securities, they may have to then have exposure to ES futures or NASDAQ futures, whichever, for the purpose of offsetting the deltas in their portfolio. The objective of a stat arb approach is to remain, it's the equivalent of pairs trading, but in a larger basket of securities. There's no given time horizon. Let's say one of the firms was doing they had a semiconductor stat arb strategy. Well, yesterday when AMD pumped up into oblivion, the entire demand curve for that portfolio would have shifted due to the weighting of it. And therefore, they might have immediately had to offset that with some NASDAQ futures, sell some other securities in their portfolio. And if they're selling securities in the portfolio, that's then going to have an effect. There's no given time horizon. At 30 minutes, maybe they decide to rebalance every 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 30 minutes, hour, every day, every 2 days. It depends on where the rebalancing time frame has profit.
Yeah, that's sounds fair. Yeah.
But the market is a continuous time series, and with it being a continuous time series, time doesn't really matter all too much. What matters is how the portfolio is distributed and the deltas associated with it. If your portfolio, if you with how quickly AMD moved yesterday, or if you have a stat arb approach across energy securities, well, what occurred in crude on Wednesday night with crude, when you moved down 10%, you moved back up 10%, you need to have equal weighting in your portfolio based on the demand curve. And if the entire demand curve shifts based on one security, you now begin to have exposure to others. If you're a reasonably large shop and you have exposure to other securities, that's going to shift the flows into ES futures and NASDAQ futures due to it being a derivative of S&P 500 and NASDAQ spot.
Mm-hmm.
The amount of weightings associated with positions and portfolios is massive. And to assume that one instrument moves the other it's a bit of an extravagant supposition, as if you've ever done volume analysis across SPY, MES, ES, SPX, and some of the leveraged ETFs, where most of the volume is distributed is nearly identical. So trying to track those as well is a fruitless proposition. If you have a large volume node on one, you're most likely to have a large volume node on other due to the exposure. And it's true of tech securities. Most tech, if you have a large volume node on NASDAQ, you probably have a lot of transactions occurring on the other securities.
Yep. Thank you, Nappers.
Yeah. Can you give me 5 minutes? I quickly need to take a call. Then I'll be right back.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Go take your shit. Go take your shit. Thanks.
Harvey, are you there?
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that was a professional vision of what you said.
Yeah. Sorry, can you explain that to me?
Yeah, can someone translate that shit?
Yeah, like there is no like Algos doesn't, like they don't care about time, like they don't care about time.
I kind of got that, but what about the rest of everything that he said?
Like
I heard that. I kind of heard that part. I think he repeated it twice. The rest of it, I still was kind of a little lost.
What do you mean by the rest, though?
Like in general, what I understood is that the hedge funds use algos, and they don't care about the time. For example, he talked about the ES and NQ as hedging instruments, and he gave the example, for example, for the semiconductors on how they they moved on yesterday, and the impact on the AMD pump and the impact of it on semiconductors plus the impact of it on NQ. So once something happens, for example, on for example, the AMD or some big tech firms, it impact everything, which algos are the first one to trigger moves on other relied market to that stock, for example, or something like that. So which means that there is no time horizon that is respected by algos. It's just reaction to what's happening on other things to take advantage the quickest possible, I think. So that's what I understood.
He was also saying something like the algos build the narrative as well. So the algos are in motion. They let's just say they buy a bunch of stuff, and everybody else sees that, so then the algo sells it to the people that see it. Or was I not following that part correctly? Artificial curve or something? Artificial curve would be them making making the thing move and then selling it to the people that think that they're smart, and then actually the algos are smart, right? And the stock just goes right back to where it was before. Like it really, that's the genius part of this whole thing, is that the stock ends up right back where it started.
Exactly.
Like
I have. Sorry, Harvey, to interrupt you. Like I see a scenario on NQ. Like I share my screen just to share with you what I'm looking at right now, what I'm seeing on NQ. Like we saw, like
anything and everything that's happening, just be really mindful of. I'm an advocate of these goddamn levels. The RTY, or the Russell, sorry, has been hitting this major level like, I don't know, 5 times or some shit, and it's coming back up to it again right now. Dow Jones is also hitting its weekly. What the hell is a weekly +2 from the underside, and been trying to fuck with it at level. So just note those are kind of, and they seem to be the ones that are. No, we're not used to it. We're used to like the bigger player, like the Nasdaq or the S&P, to actually drive it. But I think these, what I've been told by somebody that's much smarter than me was that these two are kind of running the show a bit more today or even this week.
Yeah. Now what I'm looking at, like the scenario for Nasdaq, what I saw, like this value area high of that last area that we broke it. We didn't even pull back on it or on the point of control. We show nothing. Like this is not an interesting area to trade. So they jumped to this gap. They are trading the gap and see if they can go higher until like retest this, if there is any acceptance here. So if we go to the 1 minute right now, like for I was short. I'm still short. I'm still short like the 75. I'm waiting, like I'm still waiting. Price goes to 41 here, which is the value area high here. That shows kind of rejection of going lower. This is the line.
I can tell you right now, without looking at anything, that that's a bigger composite low node.
Exactly. So we rejected the value area high of that composite around here. So I think, in my opinion, this is I'm into a trade because that was a first scenario, going short and visiting lower, revisit the yesterday and the open value area. But at this area, we kind of starting to accept this gap.
We're going to build a curve there. Right? We're going to build a curve. We're going to play both sides of that curve.
Yeah.
If we were to use an AMT or an auction market theory type of thought process, if we do build this curve and we knock on the door, once or twice, see how we're trying to knock on the bottom side of the door here? We've already done it twice, once, and then go to the left just a little wee bit. The other left.
Here?
No, that's right.
Sorry.
Yeah, just right here to the last little wick. We've knocked on the bottom side of the door twice. No,
exactly. Here and here.
Yeah, that's the top side of the channel, right? But we've already knocked on the bottom side of the channel way closer together, right? So
like where is that, Harvey? Like, what are you talking about?
You got 2 wicks at the bottom here, right? You got the one wick that was just recently. Yeah, 1 wick, and then the one right there. So we're knocking on the door. It doesn't have to be perfect. That's the whole.
Yeah, of course.
The line, people are like, it's not a level if it doesn't fucking. No, it's an area of where the low volume, apparently, like if we're going with an auction market theory kind of a theory. So if it rejects this top end, it wants to play the curve one more time to come down to the bottom, and now that'll be the 3rd time knocking on this door. Potentially, it's going to want to walk through that low volume zone and get into the next curve that's below it, right? Now, The way I kind of see it is if it has enough momentum, why would it want to stop at the midpoint? Well, we'll see at the midpoint of that next curve. In my opinion, it would more than likely want to just curve up and go to the next low volume node is exactly kind of where you've got your cursor right now is probably another low volume area, right? Anything below here and above there, it's probably a low volume area right now, like from...
Yeah.
Is that 10 to 22 or 0 to 22, whatever that is? Now, I don't even have to look at a...
It's 41.75. This is the value area high.
Well, let's just call it 150 to 200. That is going to be a low volume area. It won't even be 150. It'd be 175 to 200. Well, actually, it'd be way shallower than
like
that. Right?
all this.
170 to 190 or something. Like 170 to 190. There'll be a low volume area there. And if it wants to walk through that, then, like Zero says, we might see the beginning of the day again. It just really depends on...
like what I see at this point.
How they want to manipulate it, I guess.
Yeah. Like, to be honest, what I have what I have in mind at this point is that we rejected this previous value area. That's a clear rejection for me. And also, he said this is a wick, so yeah, but I won't consider that as rejection of it because I need to see reaction on the value area high, like something like that or something like.
I'm not the greatest, but I mean, is that a rejection, or is that trying to grab liquidity, another push? Is it just trying to stomp everybody out?
Yeah, that's possible, but you know, this is acceptance kind of. This is 1 minute chart, you know. So we're starting to kind of...
I'd like to see a top tick.
This is value.
An actual more than a top tick. I'd like to see it push through to the top. What would it be? I gotta go on my chart because yours is a little bit foggy. Not foggy. It's a little zoomed do. But you know, we've got our daily. Is that our daily +3? That's right there too. So why wouldn't we want to just touch the daily +3, which would take our ES up to our... Can't even use that because the daily actives are a little bit fucked. So I don't even know if I reset that. So I'm not even going to use that because I didn't even redo it because of this morning's price action. It was probably too fucked up to do it, right? So ES is kind of in the middle of nowhere, I guess is what I'm getting at.
Like for me, the ES, like just from the hourly.
If I zoom out some more, we're right in the middle. Why can't we just get right to the middle of FOMC yesterday? Like, what is the middle of FOMC? 4150, let's just say, pretend. Estimation, 4150. Right there, right? If we look at NASDAQ, we're already above, what was it, 1340? 13,340, or 13,240, I apologize, would be the middle of FOMC yesterday, which we've cleared.
No, tak
right?
chodzi, sideways teraz.
Dow Jones. Dow
Troszkę,
Jones has
ale
more
poszło
to
do
go,
góry.
so
Ja
that
tam
goes kind of
sprzedawałem.
with ES getting up to the middle. Russell has
Troszkę poszło.
a little more to go to get up to the middle, right? So,
yeah,
you know, why wouldn't we get up to FOMC and ask everybody one more time? Are you guys fucking sure you want to take this down? So the top of New York session yesterday, I think, is going to be important.
Yeah.
Just top of FOMC, basically, right? So if they knock on that door and they say, look, guys, like, we got more data, they call it data, right? News came out. These numbers that came out, zero in, I know you don't have a, were they bullish or were they bearish? I think they were bullish, weren't they? I didn't even really fucking look.
Oh no,
the jobless claims?
Yeah, the jobs claims. I'm not really great with ciphering those. Was it good or was it bad to the opinion?
It was good.
It was good. So, yeah, exactly. So FOMC came in, they thought it was bad. And now they got new data that came out this morning and said, wait a second. No, the numbers are good. Like, we're cool, right? So they're going to get up to the top of FOMC and say, look, guys, are you fucking sure that we really wanted to sell it off there? And then they're going to ask the question at the top of the day, right? So that is suggesting is that NASDAQ is leading Yeah, we aren't cool. We didn't want to sell. I apologize. We actually want to go ahead of it. Then once Nasdaq gets up above New York high or whatever, which is just as a rough number, E17, which E15. The rest of them should follow, right? Which would actually time it out to be like they're getting into the center of this, which will make the final leg up for the Russell, the Dow, and the ES. That'll make that final leg up easier. It's probably not really a coincidence that Nasdaq is having a hard time right now.
Like I think this move for me, like this is like if I was to take trades at this point, I won't trade this. Like I won't trade it, to be honest, because this is value and there is participants, so they are accepting this value. The best trades could be like a break, like a clear break, then pull back, then go up, or a breakdown, or at least this value area low here, which was kind of a good area where price bounces. So there is people holding price above the value area low, like you can see it from the wicks that are here, from the 1 minute.
If you watch Fat Cat at all, what are we doing right now? Mid rotation.
Scalping.
This is what do you mean?
I'm joking. Nothing.
It's a mid rotation, right? Are we going to reject this midpoint, the POC, basically, of your little composite range, which is absolutely fine. I don't have a problem with the way you've drawn that, right, at all, because it is building a composite around. This is a Fat Cat style, right? So look at it. It's rejecting that POC or the mid rotation. So it didn't mid rotate. So he would probably be taking the long off the table now. If it rotated it, came back up, and then came back and touched it one more time, he would probably want to shoot for a long there. Seeing as it's gone up and rejected it, he's fast, right? Very fucking fast. So I bet you he's short right now. Maybe not in ES.
Depending on the.
He doesn't play NQ, so it would be like a completely different scenario. I don't even know if you could say yes or no on that right now. But if he was Nasdaq, he would probably be wanting to be short, because once they reject this, they're probably going to gobble it up pretty quick and reclaim it back down to that value area low at the very least. Let's just say, okay?
He's also like I don't use the 5-second volumes and stuff. I don't find it like reliable trade in my opinion.
5-second volume profile.
Yeah, especially on NQ for me, like because NQ is more volatile. So if you take it,
Cosmo, you could. The issue with, in like say Fat Cat's eyes, range is still the range. So you're just building smaller, mini profiles within that, right? You know what I mean? Like you would have like it might be a triple, like this one here. If you did it in a 5-second, this could be triple distribution. Let's just say, right? Like if it was a 5-second, if you build it on a 1 minute, it's going to be a lot cleaner of a curve. I really don't know. I think he builds everything on 3 minutes. I think he builds it on 3 minutes, but he also uses a like a huge composite, like that he's taken back in time, like way back in time, 3 year. And then he tries to match the two of those up. So that's just Fat Cat's style of doing things, right?
Yeah. So you see that, Harvey?
That's a really nice looking curve, right? But if you were to break that down into smaller, it would look like a triple distribution probably. Like
look at this. Look at this. Let me show you something. Like on the kind of this is the 1 minute. Like this is where we are. This is where we are. But if we go to the 5 seconds, for example, there is just on this last move. You see that there is 3 curves. Like I see what like there is that one, and there is that one.
You wouldn't break it up like that, because now you're chopping it up way too much. This whole thing is our range. The whole thing. have to do it, and he likes the length of time. But the longer the range takes place, means the EV is getting larger, and that means the move should be a bigger move. Once they break it, it should just accelerate way past it, right?
Yeah.
Because you've got more participants, which equals, let's just say it was, and this is not going to be accurate, but let's just say you had a million lots are in that range, let's just say. And 50% of them are long, and 50% of them are short. Well, when it breaks out of that range, guess what? 50% of them, this is just rough numbers don't even get on me, but it's like half of them are going to be wrong, and they're going to be stopped out, which will accelerate the move, which does that breakout, right? It always does that breakout push. And then once that breakout push is triggered, I don't know much, but that's when the algos will find the proper situation, start ramming their orders through, right? And the retail guy will get on late, like usual, and either momentum will continue, because more and more retailers get on, and more algos start adding and adding, right? And then the algo is going to be smarter than you, and so the algo is going to want to shut off quicker. It's also got position below. They can sell to you higher as a retailer, and so as it's kind of a fucked up situation where you feed it, and it likes to be fed. It understands that. It's saved its orders at the bottom to feed you at the top, and that's why it reverses when everybody's super fucking late with the FOMO.
Yeah.
And then it goes right in your face, and you're like, what the fuck? It always does it. How does it know? Because it knows, because you're so fucking slow. That's the point. Algos are so lightning fast because they can pick up on the situation way before you can.
Yeah.
And they sell you the fucking shit right into your face. It's like they're really rude about it too. Like, they don't care.
Yeah, exactly. Like they execute, and that's it. Like when there is opportunity. Yeah, I do agree with you, RP.
Oh, I could be dead fucking wrong, because I'm, like I said.
No, that's really, your idea. Like it's
I'm
like
speculating.
I'm fine with it.
I really am.
Yeah.
I am speculating, and I don't
No,
think
but this is how you see it.
Black and white answer
Yeah.
to any of these questions. That's the other thing, right?
But like, let's say this is as I said, like.
Look, we're gonna go test the other side of the curve now, right? So we didn't do a mid test, just walked right through. Now we're gonna go test the top of this value area.
Yeah.
Potentially, we're gonna go touch the high, right, and see what we do for a top tick.
I think
once we blow out of this, if we blow to the high side, doesn't matter actually. If we blow to the low side or the high side, it's gonna jump, and it's probably gonna jump like this is Nasdaq, so this is probably gonna jump.
Chyba zaraz.
I don't even know, like what, 5 points or some shit, whatever. You know what I mean? Like in the ES, it would normally jump, say, I think I've got it calculated.
No, ale to wiesz, też już piątek to jest.
Be a small push, and anything more than that would be like 9 to 15 ticks would be a large push without like a little pause and a little pullback, and then keep going, right?
Yeah.
Clearly, the bigger breakout push is that. We're going to have more continuation, I feel, to the move, right? Which isn't always true. Again, it's down to these.
If you were to trade AQ,
percentages, right?
Yeah. Like if
I
you
were
were
to trade NQ,
yeah, like when you like.
Again, we're
anything like just from that context here.
Fat Cat and Zero have said is always want to kind of go from one side of the range to the other side of the range, right? You don't want to be long at the top, which kind of, if it breaks out, you're wrong, right? But I mean, it doesn't break out as often as it would go back into the range, right? So you want to be short at the top of the range and long from the bottom of the range. You try and, I guess, capture the range. Somebody like Specs is it the other way, and he plays it just as a straight breakout. To play the small caps as a straight out breakout, right? I would wait for you want to call it a flag pattern, edge pattern doesn't even fucking matter, man. I tried to put pinpoints on a pennant, on a wedge, on a down channel wedge, flag, whatever. None of that fucking mattered. All that mattered was that I broke the top of that consolidation.
Yeah.
That's where I would take that entry. I would risk the bottom or a little bit lower of the flag itself. And in the small cap land, if you did that and you had your timing right, you could catch 5, 10, 15, 20% before you even had to even. It was like within 20 seconds. You were. Things would, like, say in a minute, you would have 20% of a buffer really quick.
Yeah.
And you might ask yourself, why didn't you just keep playing that shit? Well, because there's a lot of reasons why I stopped playing that, right? You have to wait. We called it gainer season. You have to wait for gainer season, and you would eventually earn your capital out taking false shots at gainers that never gained.
Yep.
So you'd shoot all your bullets off. Say you won $5,000, you'd burn that off in a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever it is. Gainer season came every 2.5 months, and you would burn yourself out before that, right? And then the moment you were like, all right, let's just sit out and not do nothing, gainers came, and you were like, fuck. And then the gainers don't hang around very long either, so you get like 4 days, 5 days of gainers, and then it's over. And then 2 more months of drought, right? So then you would burn your bullets out again, because you don't know. It wasn't perfect like that. Again, it's not black and white, so it was never straightforward. Like like the algo shoots at 30 minutes. Yeah, that's the same idea with the small caps. They just didn't exactly, right? All of a sudden, cancer would have like this thing, or diabetes injection system would like take over, and or anything, EVs, weed stocks, energy fucking sector. Oh, shipping containers, like I don't know if anybody knows anything. Tops ships. They're a fucking nightmare. They're there for they're a nightmare company, right? Same with those ETFs. You got to be fucking really careful when you're dealing with them, because they're designed for professional traders, not for investors. If you get confused on that, they'll burn you. Just like they did today with the, one of the biggest, bestest, would think it's one of the safest, the Philadelphia Semiconductor Van Eyck's just did the reverse split right in everybody's faces. Either way, if you hadn't been paying attention, that actually would have gave you notice in a proxy letter like 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. You would have known all about this split if you hadn't been paying attention.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm a little tilted today. Shut everybody up, eh?
No, I'm just. I don't know what the hell you guys are going about. I'm just confused.
What's your
Dziękuję.
basketball thing, Zero? Like, did you already?
He's stuck at the China border right now. It's hilarious because he's like
11 o'clock at night there, right? Like, you're gonna run into. What time do the bars close there, or?
No, it's 24/7.
It is? Oh.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
are they gonna want to do anything after?
I don't want to say anything because I don't want to like make him sound bad. I guess it's not even bad, but he's all like, actually, I'll just leave it out. Fuck it. But anyways, he wants to come down here, but his promoter in China is like, you can't, because if you leave China to come to Hong Kong, then you can't go back to China. And I'm sure he has obligations, right, in China. That's what he's getting paid for. Yeah, and then, which we know is bullshit. Of course you can, right? Like, if I want to go to China right now, you could. Well, I can't. Technically, I need a visa as an American citizen, right? But there's no reason why you can't cross the border. Anyways.
Oh no, but
so,
no, it would be more of a contractual obligation where
No.
he gets like photos taken or
Yeah, but if you're not
So-
working right now, you can do what the fuck you want to do, right?
you can't when you've got all these. I don't know how big these guys are. Are these? Yeah, like I don't know how much the. Like if Tiger Woods, like let's just say you won the Masters, you can't just wear that jacket wherever the fuck you please. You have to ask permission to follow a bunch of rules. Like apparently you can't even get your photo taken with a beer in your hand wearing the Masters jacket.
Yeah,
You
but
get
that's
fined.
totally different.
I'm just
That's-
saying, it's just
Yeah,
there's
I get it,
contractual-
but that's
like say
yeah,
Nike
but it's
would be
different.
like, what the fuck are you doing in Hong
Yeah, this is
Kong
different.
where
Yeah, this is
no,
different.
whatever.
Like,
yeah, I don't know.
You can do what you want as long as you get. I mean, it's like, hey, if I book you for, so and so show, you just have to show up to the show. I don't give a fuck what you do other than that, right? Anyway, so he's stuck there, and his promoter obviously wants him to party there instead, which makes him look better. But
Again, so
you know.
what I mean, like, because people have paid.
no, they didn't pay.
Let's just say I had a club. I'm the guy that owns the club, and I know the promoter guy, and I go, hey man, and the promoter guy goes, hey look, I'm gonna bring this guy to this country. What if I take him to your club? Then you advertise that I'm taking him to the club, and then I get all these people to go to the club, right? You see what I mean? And then people are there, and they're like, oh fuck, and they're taking pictures, and they're like, just because the guy showed up, this club owner gets X, Y, and Z as benefits from it, right? Maybe it's more for people, more whatever, like more consumers, whatever you want to call it, like more customers, more whatever, more accolades, even like, oh, I fucking know this guy that knows a guy. Like it makes you look good, right? So
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about, right? Because you're talking about.
the promoter wants him to party there where he's at.
Yeah, the
He's
promoter.
got alternative, whatever motives, right? He's got
Yeah,
alternative
but-
motives.
Right, but he's not contractually supposed to be at any club. Okay, so if the promoter,
I'll let you finish, but the promoter is lying to him, right? And he's
Yeah.
making
We're saying
he's doing it all behind
Yes.
his back because he would have to give him a cut if he didn't, right?
yes, there's a lot being transacted at 34.50 for some reason. Anyways, yeah, I agree with you. The promoter might get something else. I don't know, but there's like 9 NBA players, or ex-NBA players, I should say.
Even if there's more
And,
than one, it's better than one, right?
Yeah, so, and obviously he's lying, but yeah, anyways. But yeah, so we don't know what to make of it, nor do we care really, because truthfully, I care about the markets more.
Well, you're doing them a fucking favor.
Yes, because they want us to do certain things, like bring certain things. So yeah, we are doing them a favor. And it's nothing illegal. Well, it is illegal, but it's nothing like, like they want us to like bring guns or some shit. No, they just want us. Yeah, basically.
It's a bag
They're
of
just like-
ganja.
Yeah, they just want to smoke some weed and like, yeah, we got you. But you can't do it in China, so
Yeah, Roger that, eh? The guy's like,
Yeah.
oh, I want to smoke some fucking weed, though.
You can pop some
yeah, but you
benzo.
can't say that. What was
That's
that?
NBA.
You can pop some benzo though.
Benzo?
Benzodiazepines.
I think it's also illegal.
No, fully legal.
Smoking weed, man, that's not the same. Tell that to Snoop Dogg. Hey, man, just eat some benzo. Be like, no. What? He's fucking Snoop Dogg, man.
But I don't know what's going on, and we're trying to figure out. And like this, I mean, I'm not trying to be, I'm not racist, but you are in China and there's fucking 9 black guys, all like
All huge.
6 foot
stand
6,
out. Yeah,
6 foot,
exactly.
whatever, 6'3". I think I think he's like 6'3". I think, I don't know. but they're all huge, and oh shit, I didn't know he was there. I met one or two of them already, but not through friends or anything. It was just because I was a server. But yeah, I mean, I don't fucking know what to do about this. And we already booked a table, and that table costs a lot.
Just to reserve it, you had to pay?
Yeah,
table fee.
of course. Yeah.
Is that like
We paid
bottle service? I don't get that shit, man. Guys, I'm in a small,
You're old.
shitty town. I've barely gone to like.
Harvey, you
barely
shit
gone
yourself.
To the big city. I'm not that I haven't gone to the big city, but I haven't gone and spent like extravagant amounts of money in the big city. So I don't really even know what bottle service or any of that shit even.
Harvey, you shit
Other
yourself.
than pictures and shit, right? Other than pictures, I really don't know.
Okay. Harvey, it's I think it was $8,000 for 3 bottles and the table.
That's
What was that? And that's reasonable, right?
Yeah, depending on the city, yeah, that's not, because usually table service at one of them is going to be at least to have a table, 5 to 8,000 for table alone.
Yeah, I
Wait
know.
a second. So, like these tables, it's just a table, right? And
With bottle
the average
service.
person- yeah, no, but the average person doesn't get a table. They just get the
No.
and all that, right?
No, all the tables are booked every weekend.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how a club
It's
makes.
not like an open table or something. Like it's this.
No.
They book them. They're reserved.
Yeah, so that's how clubs actually make most of their money, if not all of their money. They break even. So say if someone goes in and just, buys a drink or two, right? They break even on that. Maybe even lose money. They make money off table service.
Well, what are you talking like a bottle? That's not like vodka. That would be like champagne.
Oh, they mark that up 400%.
Yeah, they don't give a fuck. 400 is cheap.
Oh,
400% is
like
cheap.
it doesn't. Is there a special? Is it a like special bottle or is it?
No.
No. Numbers. You're wrong. That you know that it is a special bottle because, 4 women in fucking.
Yeah.
With sparklers will come out and parade.
Coming out and say, "Hey, Poppy, here's your bottle." It's, oh my god, they think I'm special.
That's what they'll do. They'll literally take the long route to your table, and through the dance floor, so everyone can see you ordering a big, large bottle of Moet or Cristal or Dom P or whatever.
Like how much is a normal? Let me just look it up. Like a normal.
Dom P is probably like what, 100?
Depends on the year, but yeah, about 100, and they'll mark it up to about 400 to 500.
Yep, easy 4 to 5. And then, because last time I went, and I'm not talking about with like, this is deep into China, and it's not even with like celebrities, or they technically were celebrities in a sense where they were gangsters. We got a bottle each for what reason? No reason, just because they could.
Sorry, so it's Louis Roeder. Still Brute Louis Roeder. Is that what it is?
What are you talking about?
Bottle Cristal, is it?
Yeah. They don't drink Cristal anymore. Black people don't drink Cristal anymore.
$500.
I've had Cristal. It's not
That's
great.
Canadian, right? That's going to be Canadian.
Mm.
There's a $5 delivery fee. What the fuck? That's probably right.
Yeah. And then like we booked all these things for them. We obviously booked like the bar, the brewery, forced them to open up late. Because again, my friend knows a lot of people, and then the club, which is the hottest club right now. So that cost, I think it was like $4,000 just to reserve it,
The table is like what? It sits 6, 8, 4.
We reserved the biggest one, so I think we can sit a total of 12.
Yeah, cool.
12. But I mean, the point of the table is not necessarily, and there's 12 guys going, right? It's status, but it's also like it's easier. Like girls will come up to you and all that stupid shit, right?
Yeah, well, they're gold diggers.
Oh yeah, without a doubt, right? No matter what country, what race, what
How you
you know,
doing?
yeah, all gold diggers. But most of them are married, right? So yeah, I know.
It doesn't matter. Right?
Yeah, you tell them what they want to hear, and then the following morning, say, "Have a nice day."
Yeah, right. Gold digger by night, married by day, whatever. Right.
Actually, my friend knows.
You go gold digging at night, right? Like that's her job.
This guy's not here, but it is Dave. Have you been to LKF? That's just wild. I will tell you that of all the countries I've partied in, yeah, LKF is hands down the wildest partying I've ever been in.
What the hell's LKF?
It's the, like, in Chinese, right? But LKF is just a short, an acronym of what that area is called. So usually, like in the States or North America, when you go party, it's like when you go to a club, you're deliberately going to that club. You can't do anything else, right? You can't go bar hopping. You're just going to that club, and that's it. You're fairly stuck at that club until 2 a.m., right? When the last call happens.
When you go to Lan Kwai Fong, that's like going to New Orleans.
That's really fucking good, Harvey. That was a really good pronunciation.
Yeah, I'm not too bad with reading.
Yeah.
It takes a little
when you go there, it's like it's like a half a block of just bars, right? No cars are allowed to go through, bars and clubs, and then you can walk up to the next level, which is another half a block or so, just bars and clubs. So multiple bars and clubs within, say, when I say multiple, I mean 5 to 6 different clubs and countless bars. And you can open drink or whatever that's called, right? I was about to say open carry. You could drink on the streets without bags or anything, And what would happen is, like, you've heard of bar hopping, but very few can you club hop, and so people will go from bar to bar, and then we'll go to club, and then there's always a late night club, which is like from 4 a.m. to, or like 3 a.m. to, like, 6 a.m. And then if you're really, really crazy, there's another bar that goes from like 8 a.m. to like 12 noon or some shit like that. And I've only done that once, and that's just by far too crazy for me. But my point is, there's nothing in this world that compares to that. It's that insane. So.
Yes. What do you call it? Your point of view was all off when you were there, and you thought it was crazy at 8 till noon.
What do you mean?
Just getting started. What if you were just getting started?
Some people do, if it's on the weekends, but it's rare. I mean, most people. I've had friends who, like, had to sleep and then wake up because their wives are where they'll come out and party with us at 8 o'clock in the morning or 6 o'clock. But it's insane.
Sounds like the good old days, eh, Bayman?
Can't do that in North America.
Fuck no.
Those were the dark days.
Yeah, right? I can't even stay up past like 1 or 2 now.
Dude, I stay up till like 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock every day.
Yeah, I get you. A couple more years to go.
No, it's because I sleep until like 11, 1 o'clock.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? Like, my schedule doesn't rotate around me. It rotates around everybody else. So, no matter what time I go to bed, 7 and 6 a.m. come crawling up on you pretty quick.
Anyone short short ES and NQ?
Do anything? No, it's not doing anything yet.
Well, I'm short. I've been short. I've been sitting in my NQ and ES short for 37 minutes.
Where'd you enter?
ES I entered at 41.38. NQ entered at 69.75.
See, sometimes your entries don't make sense to me.
Okay.
What was the NQ entry? I'm sorry.
69.75.
69.
Oh, that's a good entry.
What time is it?
Every fucking time.
I don't know why that doesn't make sense to you, Harvey.
Yeah, NQ1 does.
Okay, so how does ES not if NQ does?
Just because again, it's the time frames of that LB, right? If I keep switching around, I'm sure I could find it.
That's okay. That's okay that you think that you're saying that. That's fair.
I'm sure I could find it if I keep switching my time frames.
Okay. 04 NQ. What's your stop? High of day or the last?
High of day.
Okay.
Always high of day.
Oh, for fuck's sakes, man! You threw me right. I'm on UTC -7. What the fuck is going on with this? I'm trying to find the time, and I'm like, it's 8:30 in the morning. What the fuck?
I'm sorry, kicking out all Canadians. Any Canadians in here aside from Harvey? I'm sorry, kicking them out. Specs is he's already kicked out.
Specs and Sully.
Sully's not okay. I've known Specs and Sully for a long time, and they're not even allowed in here. I don't give a shit.
Okay, well then, I'm gonna have to deal with my A's then. I still can't quite find it.
No way. For sakes. So did you
I saw that guy. I saw that guy last night. I never knew what y'all were talking about when y'all were doing that, but I discovered him last night.
On TikTok,
Oreos,
right?
Oreo,
Yeah.
You gotta try this. Oreo, I didn't try it. It sounds disgusting as fuck. Oreos and sour cream.
Didn't he do Oreos and something else before? I
don't know. He does. It's kind of an ingenious. It's an ingenious YouTube channel or whatever you want to call it. He finds people and they say something. And he tests it.
Yeah,
kind of
a lot of.
It's like
a lot of people do that.
It's brilliant.
No, Harvey, a lot of people do that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, a lot. But here's the thing, though. He has that. He's consistent with his content, meaning he has a catchphrase, and he only does like dad things, right? Whereas other people are doing like cooking stuff, like cooking hacks. He does the cooking hacks, but it's more simple, geared towards men. And then he has the like.
What's it? I don't really see these, right? Because I try and stay away from that shit.
One of the cooking hacks is like if you take the bottom side of an egg. No, the bottom side of an egg, right? So the fatter side.
Non-pointy, is that okay?
Yeah, the non-pointy side. And then you use a spoon to tap it. You'll hear an audible click. And then when you boil it, it's easier to peel.
It's bullshit.
Try
That's
it.
not what he said.
Well, that's absolute bullshit, because I know how to make a perfect boiled egg, and that's not any part of
Just because you know how to make a perfect boil doesn't mean that it's bullshit, man.
Did you try it?
I did, actually. but
we almost got a checkmate there. Well, fuck.
No, but logically speaking, right? What you just said is stupid because you're like, oh, I know how to make a perfect boiled egg. Hence, his method doesn't work.
All kinds of different boiled eggs, and it has nothing to do with tapping it. It has to do with different.
It could still work though.
I don't think it. How could it? You just tap. What are you putting an air bubble in it?
No, it's tapping the membrane off of it. Supposedly. I don't know. Try it.
Oh,
if you don't believe it, try it.
So you're like, no, you're loosening the membrane off of the inside of the egg because it sticks to it. That's the myth right there. The membrane is the chicken. There is no, when you open a hatching chicken, it's just shell. There's no shit in there at all. It's a chicken and dry shell.
Here.
What came first, the membrane or the egg?
I'm just saying. saying, man. Like, making a boiled egg. Okay, that's fine. She's full of shit. I can tell it already. Look at her hair.
Yeah, she hasn't left the house a week.
Make an egg that peels really easy. It's all to do with the water and the water temperature. The do. And what's the biggest flaw of making boiled eggs? What do most people do? Put the eggs in the pot, go and fill it up with water, then they put it on the stove. Wrong. That's the wrong way to do it. That's why it sticks. That's why the shell sticks to it.
And what are you supposed to do, Harvey?
Boil the water, then you put the eggs in. And that's how you get a perfect time. How do you time an egg? When do you start the timer? It takes way more to... A perfect boiled egg is supposed to be completed in 3 minutes. It takes much longer than that to boil water with eggs in it. It'd probably take 5 minutes to bring it to a boil. So your whole timing system is shot, right? So the real technique would be to boil the water, boiling high, full boil, insert egg, 3-minute timer goes on, pull it out, and you'll have that perfect soft yolk. And then the real caveat to this is, what do you call it? You do it with shrimp too. You shock it after you've steamed it or boiled them. Same with a lobster, right? You're supposed to. Shock it with ice cold water. That's what separates the membrane for sure. And so to make a perfect boiled egg, the first part was the boiling water, right, and the timing. Getting the shell off was the shocking part. Shock.
So Harvey,
what does shocking do? Shocking decreases the size of the egg inside the shell. The shell does not decrease size because it's solid. Okay?
Yeah. A lot of buyers are fighting ES right now. I don't doubt what you just said, right?
There's your cooking lesson, eh?
All right, Harvey. I don't doubt what you're saying. What I'm saying is, I think that your method probably does work, but that does not mean that this method doesn't work. Is that true or false?
I guarantee you that method doesn't work.
Why? Just because
because I've done all the other methods, and I might have accidentally tapped one. And
oh God!
All right, I'll give it a try, but I bet you money.
Yeah. Harvey.
I'll bet you money. Like I will bet you flat out money right now if you want, and I'll give it a try.
Okay, give it a try. I'll save yourself some money.
Save me the that's it. Just boil it, and that's it. Like that. How was there no more rules to this? Just it's got to peel at the end of it. It doesn't have to peel because
I watched the video, and the lady said you can boil it however you like. So I was thinking of trying it with some cold water.
What?
The lady on the video said you could boil it however you wanted, and the spoon trick would work.
The spoon trick would work.
Mm-hmm.
Did she finish it?
Yeah, she did it. She did it with like 3 eggs.
Harvey, by the way, just to clarify, whatever. The way I time it is I drop in 2 to 3 grains of rice. When the rice is soft, is when
that's a China thing.
Now, is that
is when you pull the egg out?
Yeah. So now, does that mean? Wait, hold on. Does that mean that it's incorrect just because it's different from yours? It doesn't. Doesn't mean that.
I'm sorry, but I didn't invent this. Right? This is the technique of boiling eggs from like a restaurant. Sorry.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is just because it's different doesn't mean it's wrong.
Sometimes it does. Sometimes it does, man. Sometimes there's only really one or whatever ways to do it.
Yeah, and sometimes.
How do you know if the rice is fully cooked or not? What if it's like 3/4 cooked? What if I have a different eye of the rice? Like the rice isn't quite. Oh, I'll give it another 30 seconds, right? Like how do you know when the rice is? That's why the timer doesn't. The 3-minute egg.
I don't dispute the timer. I think the timer is fine. Yeah. I'm not saying. See, unlike you, I'm not disputing it.
Dude, I know. I'm a psychologist. I know where you're going with this.
Where am I going with this?
To change my fucking risk to reward attitude. I know.
No, it has nothing to do with the risk.
Oh yeah, nothing at all. It does. Come on. Honest.
It really doesn't. I didn't even think about that, but okay.
That's like some Master Miyagi shit.
They did it to Fat Cat the other day too. Get him trade the lean hog. Get him out of his comfort zone so he can grow as a trader. Fucking dick trying to help us.
So I tried one lean hog trade, 0, and it didn't go well.
Did you
Yeah.
really? You tried one? Oh man.
So sorry, I had 2. Luckily, one of them worked out very well, fairly well. And then then you try again, and
Expensive
it jumped.
here from 0.
Oh shit. And then I tried long again, and all of a sudden it jumped like 30 ticks against me in like 2 seconds.
It's not a big deal. What's the lean hog worth? Isn't it worth a lot?
I think it's, what was it, 50 or $5? That was like right before
$10 a tick. $10 a tick.
I think that was right before Chattanooga.
$10 a tick, but look at the ticks. Oh no, it runs in quarters. Okay. So it's $40 a point. And so ES is $50 a point. It's a little less than that.
Did you take?
I didn't get out for 30 ticks. I just got hella slipped.
So did you try to scalp it, or what did you try to do? Just out of curiosity.
I had a couple levels I was going to try to get long off of. Got long off of one of them. It like ran my way very quickly, and it just exited rather quickly. It sold. I'm trying to remember it. That was like last week.
And you got a lot of slippage on it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I said there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way someone's gonna scalp that, or even try to time your entries. It's fucking.
I wanted to show you and Fat Cat out. I was committed.
Yeah.
I wanted to win.
You learned the right. You learned correctly. I mean, if you got slippage in a sim account, imagine what would happen in a real account, right? The slippages might be even more.
Somebody would, then gladly fuck your order up to fill it.
Yeah.
See this on Wednesday the 3rd on the lean cattle or the? Oh, I'm on live cattle. Is that? I'm supposed to be lean hog. What is it? L what?
HE.
HE. That's right. I'm on LE. I don't do anything with this.
Look at those gaps.
Level. No, this is level to level. Yeah, like it's level to level swing trading. You can't be messing around with this. The thing jumps or whatever ticks in a 1 minute span, just because it's so thin. Or what is that? What it is? It's thin. Is that what they call it?
Thin.
Is that right? Is that thin?
Yeah. Yeah.
It looks like a bunch of dots.
So how would you be able to lower your MAE on that?
By entering at the sweet titties time. Like if you were to get in at right as contract rolled over, it looks like the second contract here or whatever it is to get into the May contract or whatever, would enter right near the top of that if you could, I guess, at 81. Happy
You just couldn't.
81.
You just couldn't. There's just no fucking way. That's why.
Happy as fuck that you got 81.
Yeah, people who think that they can, fucking delusional. Don't even know what they're fucking talking about.
Okay, so let's just pretend like we did. So let's just I just don't understand
No.
why you would ever want to, though, because so think about it. Got 168 ticks to where we are now, just roughly. Right? Let's just pretend. Why would you want to trade this if it's only worth $10 a tick? Margin requirements were like fucking 4 times what they, are for another product of said value, right? So like, let's just say you go to the Russell.
He's the one who thinks that he can. I don't know what you're talking to me
I'm
about.
just asking in general, why would you want to trade Leapfrog? Not you, not Fat Cat. Why does this even? What's the desire to trade this?
Well, if you're talking about in
Maybe it's not
general,
a desire to trade, maybe more about just a money thing where it's got to go somewhere.
Absolutely, it's about money.
Okay.
Because if the flow is telling you that that's the way it should go, that's the way it should go. Right? If that's where the money is going, you want to hop on board.
Really deep pockets trying to find a home for all their money.
You don't need a deep pocket. I don't have deep pockets. You can make good money off of them.
But I'm talking about a different. Not you. It would be somebody that has such deep pockets that instead of flooding a market with too much money, you want to what do they call it? Hedge the portfolio or whatever, so they have money in everything. Basically. Is that not?
No, not necessarily. They're just doing it more so like they see value within it.
But it's only 168 ticks with the movement. Oh, that's just one contract. This is what I mean about deep pockets. If I had got it from the top here and...
But you're not holding it just for that small period of time.
Well, yeah, so you would have got 1,400 ticks from...
Yeah, you're not day trading lean bonds.
The whole year. If you had it for a year...
Yeah, and you're not trading... You're not trading in the front month either, right? You're trading like 5, 6, 10 months out.
In the future?
Yeah, like future of the futures.
Because I'm looking at continuous, so I'm just good from the back end, never on the front end, right?
Hold up.
I would have to go HE.
Alright, I'm stopped out at ES. For
What
small profit. I just
go back up. Oh, didn't it?
Yeah.
Look at that. It's gonna want to fuck everybody around. It's Friday.
John tried to get long.
Where are we in the big picture, though?
You're trying to get long? Is that what you said?
No, John tried in yesterday.
Oh, did he?
Somebody?
He knows the
Fat
future.
Cat's streaming. If you guys want to go watch Fat Cat, you guys can go watch Fat Cat because there's nothing happening now.
Yeah, I was trying to get long again, but it didn't pull back quite enough for me.
Ontran says, good tick drilling environment. Yeah. Enough said right there.
What does that mean?
Bullshit is what that means. Price action's bullshit.
I've been doing really good the last couple days, and it's been making me feel a little better about my whole situation, trading situation.
That's good. How's your stomach and everything? How do you feel?
I think it would have been fine if I hadn't been, like, the last 3 days I've been, like, moving a bunch of heavy furniture and shit.
Did you end up getting this, like, a surgery?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
yeah, but
stupid. You shouldn't have been moving furniture and shit.
I know, but I had to. I couldn't let my little 5'2" lady friend and her little twig sister try to move a bunch of beds and stuff alone. I don't know if y'all have ever had your appendix removed in modern medicine years, but it wasn't a big deal at all. Like, they make 2 tiny incisions. Like, I forget the word they use. It's non-invasive, I think.
Yeah, you didn't spend the night?
I did, but that was...
You did spend the night? Okay.
Yeah. But that's just because I got there so late in the
up
evening.
Here I think they call it a day. Like that, if you didn't spend the night, they call it that's a pretty good name, man. It's a day surgery.
Well, the non-invasive implies, like, they don't have to cut you open. Like, I don't actually know the specifics of what it means. It's a very gentle
No. They
surgery.
use it's laparoscopic. incisions and whatnot, and yeah, it's way better than gashing you wide open. Here.
Yeah.
We'll do it with gallstones, stuff like that, right?
Yeah, laparoscopic.
With a
I think
lot
what it was called.
of intestinal stuff, they'll do it. Like, say you had Crohn's or something, they would. Well, you're not going to get a big surgery like they used to.
It really wasn't too bad. Yeah, I mean, I'm still sore, like, but I don't take painkillers anymore. So that kind of made everything hurt a little bit more. But I imagine with them, it wouldn't have been too bad. And I'm like a quarter of a pound lighter. It was a quick diet.
Right, so you got some ticks today?
One more time.
Like you made some ticks? You got some money today?
I made some ticks. I'll post a screenshot in our wiki channel.
Just remember to keep journaling, right?
I did. I journaled it.
Realistically, it's just it's you know it's in your head. It's in my head. I have to have a little powwow with myself this weekend.
We're gonna have a talk later this weekend if you want.
I haven't taken a long drive in a while. Maybe I need to do that.
How long a drive we talking?
Like to the bottom of the lake. I'm
Oh.
just kidding. No, I don't know. Shit.
If
I
you,
don't know. I
if
don't
you
want to. You
talking,
know what? It's so fucking shitty now with the price of gas. I'm gonna say 30 minutes. And then they're gonna park it at a fucking park or something and sit in it and then drive back. Right? Shitty price of gas. Waste of money. Just like I used to drive around a lot, right? Because it was not that bad. And now it's like, holy fuck, you got 30 bucks.
it's an investment.
Like for nothing really. Like you're just killing time and you're killing money. So I can kill time just fine without spending so much money. This is just gonna fucking piss people all for a bit, right? Wrong time of day, guys. If you guys keep trying to attack this, looks like it's been the wrong time of day since fucking 10:30. So. What is that? That's actually like 9:30 Central Time or whatever. Yeah. Just fucking wrong. Where are we grinding? Let's take a look at it. Where are we grinding? Why are we grinding here? I think we already covered this, didn't we? Yeah. Hustle major level. Dow Jones weekly +2. Or, sorry. Weekly -2. So far away from the +2s, it was deceiving me. A question would be, isn't there like an NQ level here at this area? This seems kind of important.
Aside from the moving average, there's nothing. You know, there's really nothing in this area for me. NQ has been extremely efficient in clearing a lot of things. So there's actually nothing.
This whole level here seems to be. Where is the next NQ level? It seems we're missing one.
The next major level up
Yeah.
is 57.25. 457.25. 457.25.
$13,457. Is it on the
13
list? Is it on the list?
should be, unless I missed it. 13,457.25.
457. So sure that's close enough.
Yeah, 13,457. Not 20. I didn't put 25, but it's 13,457. Do I take it off? All right, guys, I'm gonna take a quick piss. I'll be right back. Guys, Fat Guy's streaming, guys. If you guys want to jump over there, jump over there.
Oh, he was.
Just no, I'm just saying, like, don't, you know, you guys don't feel obligated to stay here. You know, John, Greg, all of them are over there. So if you guys want to jump over there, feel free. I'm not gonna like be like, oh, fuck that guy for jumping ship or whatever. Just, you know. Yeah. No, I won't.
Are you in something, Zero?
I am. Short, thank you. So
Alec, are you really focused on it? Where are we?
I'm not that focused on it. What's up?
N
NQ.
B. What's that?
I'm short NQ.
No. NBTX.
Okay, nanobiotics.
Yeah, nanobiotech.
What are you?
This is a penny stock.
Okay. I think it's trash.
Oh, absolutely. No, that's. I never said that.
Always short the shit out of this.
Got to be careful with that, because it's kind of funny. I'll keep an eye on it, but I mean, yeah, you got to be careful with that. That's your first thought, yeah, but sometimes it doesn't work out.
Yeah, I know. That's why I don't play penny stocks. I think it's
again, your expectations,
scam.
though, right? Again, it's the expectations. A lot of people would short this and be like, "Yeah, I'm going to get 200% on the way back." Well, this is the opposite, right? It takes the elevator up and the stairs down, or whatever. Like it's like kind of, if you look at Peloton, the bicycle thing, took forever for it to unwind, right? And people thought it was supposed to be like this fast move that's going to do this, right? So if you had expectations of this, yeah, you could short it for 20%.
Yeah.
Problem at all. But if you're looking for 100%, that might take 3 weeks. Right? That's where it throws some people off with these.
Yeah.
Look,
I don't
relative
disagree.
volume. Okay, so you know what relative volume, right? So relative to the last. Let me see what this is measuring. Oh, it's not gonna. I have to go. Let me hold on a second. Do a different. Okay, see what that says. Relative volume. Relative volume. A ratio between the current volume and the 3-month average. Okay, so what was it? NBTX? I think the relative volume versus the 3 months is for this NBTX. And it's kind of a loaded question. But it's 17,500 times more today than it has been over a 3-month average. 17,000 times more.
Yeah.
32 million shares of traded hands on this thing today. More than. There's the so it's almost at a complete float rotation of the shares that are available to trade. The float is 33 million. So it's almost completely rotated stock, in like inventory, if you were.
So you're
of NBTX R3. NBTRX R3. Person class oncology product. This is numbers speak. Radiotherapy.
guys. Go into Fat Cat's thing.
Significant tumor cell death. Cancer.
I'm gonna have a quick one-on-one real quick. So, you guys should go to Fat Cat's stream.
That's awesome.
Or whatever you guys want to do. If you guys want to share your ideas here, it's good too. Oh, wait, hold on. ES is coming to daily +3. So if you're short anything else, you want to see the price action in and around this area to possibly take off one right here. All right, there goes that daily +3 right now. What do we do? I don't know. I'm still short NQ. I'll watch the price action in and around this area. Do I want to take one off, or is it going to continue to run? No fucking clue. Unfortunately, I'm no longer short ES, which kind of sucks, but whatever. All right, so we're running it. That's fine. See what it does.
Are you still holding your NQ?
Yes. But I'm watching the ES price action to give me a leg up on what to do. Okay. So, all right. It looks pretty shitty right now. I'm going to take it off at 28.25, or in NQ, that would be equivalent to, say, oops, there it goes, 43.50. If I can take it off there, 43.50. And you should be trailing your shit in case, because NQ can ricochet fast. I just want to come back a little bit, maybe even 45. So let's see if we can tap 45 really quick. Same time as, yes, 28.75. Tapped. All right, I'm out 2 more in NQ, only have 2 left. And you can either let it ride or you can take off additional, up to you. All right, so I'm just going to watch NQ right now. Do we break that? We're for sure going to break that 29.50, but how far are we going to break it, right? Are we going to come up to anything above 31? I don't like anymore. Like, that's just shitty for me. Now, if it reverses here, great. But I'm not going to add. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to hold on to my stuff. If it gets up to 31, I probably will exit majority of this right now. I only have 2 left. All right. The goal was for ES to get to +3, which it just did. And, exit NQ when that happens. But, whether it runs a little bit lower, it could run to the open of the day. Who knows, right? So just watching this breakdown or no clue. All right, so I'm gonna trail it to 52.25. All right, I'm out and out. I'm out and out. That's it. Done. And here it goes, raging back up. So P&L for the day, shitty. $92. Really shitty. Only one good winner, 8 to 122 in the NQ. Other than that, just loss, small wins, losses, small wins. So nothing impressive. Today was a tough day to trade.
Yeah, only longs today.
Zero. 0 longs, all shorts. Well, gold at 2 longs, which was basically a break even. So being up still on all shorts and only shorts today, the power of risk mitigation, guys. Right? The whole point of levels and risk mitigation. Whether it's like the Russell, but Russell still needs to come back down to the +3. So, well, we actually came back to the open in the Russell, so actually that's it, right to the tick. Again, if you're trading these by the levels, you can't really be too scarred. You're waiting for either time, you're waiting for price action, and at levels, you shouldn't be too scarred. I didn't make that much money, if basically, if at all.
Ja, coś pokazuje, 60 w niedzielę 80 i burze jakieś.
Anyways, I'm gonna do a quick 101. I will see you guys. Have a good weekend. If I don't come back on, if I do, then I'll talk to you guys in. If you guys have questions, let me know. Since I'm not gonna go to a party thing, I'll just do a quick 101. All right, guys. Have a good day. Go watch Fat Cat or something.
All right, later, guys.
Later.
See you guys. Bye bye.
Have a good one.
Idziesz już też?
Co?
No, nie wiem, co tam robić. Ćwiczyć, kończyć?
Tak, zaraz już kończę. No nie.